All right, we're able to start now. Thank you for hanging with us. Welcome to the December 12th Board of Supervisors meeting. And we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've asked our CAO, Ms. Riggs, to help us in leading it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Nice to see everybody. We're going to start with oral communications, and as most of you in this room know, it's a time for you to get up and speak about anything that you want to that is not on the agenda. We have agendas on the back table in case you're interested, and you will have 3 minutes to make an announcement or what have you. And I like to start out the meetings by reminding everybody that I've said that before, in this boardroom, I'm not a judge. In this boardroom, we are courteous and respectful to each other, and I like to always add a touch of kindness as well. And to that end, I offer a quote from somebody from history, somebody that you may or may not know. This person that I'm going to quote from, I actually read in college. I don't know how many know Eric Hoffer. He was a longshoreman philosopher. He wrote The True Believer. Great book if anybody is interested. Anyway, here's what he said. Kindness can become its own motive. We are made kind by being kind. And with that, I'll invite anyone from the public to come up and tell us what's on your mind.
Hadn't prepared to do this, but
Good morning.
I can wing it. No problem. I'm Betsy Hurst. I'm with Century 21 Wildwood for 26 years, but I'm also a member of the Somerville High Foundation Board, and I wanted to invite you to the Poker Under the Stars event. It'll be September the 30th, and it's a fundraiser for the different grants and things like that that the foundation does. I think one of the projects is basically, I think, going to be lighting for the field or something like that. I just joined, so anyways, a lot of you have postcards for that. And let's see what else. I don't know. I'll see you at the next one, right?
Where can they find out more information about this?
They can call me, but I think there's also a website on there.
Okay.
Okay.
SomervilleFoundation.org. Thank you. Anybody else? Good morning.
So I want to applaud Kim and Blossom and Drew and everyone else. The Airport Day on Saturday was a really fabulous event. And they just did a great job. It was well organized. There were a lot of people there. I wasn't there when Mother Nature came to call later in the day, but in the morning, the weather was quite nice. I don't see anyone here from public health, so I did speak with them yesterday. And it's my understanding that the current flu vaccine is now here in Tuolumne County. And I believe their first vaccine clinic will be tomorrow at Columbia College at their wellness event. And then they have a couple events at the end of the month. And then I think in October where they'll offer the flu vaccine. And it's also my understanding that the new COVID vaccine is not in California yet. So we don't have any of that. I have a card for David Goldenberg, which I've been circulating around, and I'll leave it on the back table. And then I went to visit CHP. So once again, I applaud them for trying to make our roads safer than they have been. So I brought one of their handouts on common equipment violations that you can get tickets for. I also brought one of the rain, fog, and snow pamphlets so that people will improve their driving in bad weather. And then Steve Machado gives these Age Well, Drive Smart classes, which I think everyone should take because we could all need a reminder on how to be a better driver. And he's got a couple people that are interested and he needs more than 2. So if you want to call him and arrange to be in the Age Well Drive Smart class, his number is 209-984-3944. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to staff reports then. It's a time for staff to get up and tell us what they're doing. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Robbie Bergstrom, Economic Development. I just want to remind the public that our event, Discover Tuolumne Business, will be this Saturday, September 15th at 2:00, and it will be held at Sierra Biosystems. They're a maker of state-of-the-art DNA synthesizers. There is space available. We will be limiting it to 25 persons, so we ask that you RSVP, but we still have spaces available. And if you would like to come, please RSVP to me at 209-533-5532, or my email address, rbergstrom, that's RBERGSTROM @co.tuolumne.ca.us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Saturday? It is this Friday, September 15th.
Okay, seeing no other staff people lining up, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And boy, compared to previous meetings, it's looking pretty good there. Heather, would you read it?
I would be happy to. Item number 1, adopting an opposed position to AB 505 and submit a letter of opposition to local state senate and assembly representatives.
And who's going to make that presentation? Or we're not, it's not a presentation, it's a consent calendar. So, questions,
Don't have a question.
comments?
I can give a comment.
Okay.
Just to comment on this, this was brought up by Chief Dan Hawks of probation as a kind of example of state overreach in trying to reform the juvenile probation system, but doing a number of changes that would potentially harm what we're doing in Tuolumne County, kind of remove some of the authorities for the chief probation officer, restructures oversight. He brought this to, I believe, the board in an email. I wrote up a draft of it, and we have it here as something to add to our legislative calendar. It didn't cleanly fit, I think, into any of the other priorities we put, but I felt it was important that we have this and take a position.
So I have one comment, and that is that our assembly member is Jim Patterson, not Frank Bigelow,
It's the same.
in the letter itself.
Right, yeah.
So that would need to be corrected if we approve it. Okay, any other comments from the board? Go to the public. Anybody in the room have any comments on this before we make a motion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board
Move to approve
with the correction.
with the correction.
I'll second that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries 4-0-0. All right, we are on to Public Works number 2. When you're ready, Heather.
Item number 2, consideration of adopting resolution 85-23, approving a subdivision security agreement, SSA, between the County of Tuolumne and Bella Vista LLC, and authorizing the chair to sign.
Welcome.
Good morning, board. I'm Warren Smith, your county surveyor, and we're pleased to bring to your board a subdivision security agreement for Valley Vista, which is an approved tentative map that is in the closing stages of having the final map submitted. And in order to do that, the conditions of approval for that tentative map as modified need to be, in this case, a subdivision agreement with securities in place to ensure the completion of those construction improvements pursuant to the approved improvement plans. So we recommend that your board adopt this resolution authorizing the chair to sign. and
right.
I'll entertain questions.
So we'll go to the board first if there are questions. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So kind of have this brought back to consider some of the things related to it. One issue that I hadn't asked before, and I was hoping for just a quick answer real quick, is about the bonding requirements for Tuolumne County for completion of the, I believe, transportation upgrades, right? Road improvements in case of a failed project. To my understanding, we have it at 175% of the county.
Right, it's three components. The first 100% of the total estimated cost is for performance. An additional 50% is the labor and materials. And then we have an amount for warranting the work for an additional year. So that would be once the security is reduced, that amount would be left in reserve for that warranty period.
Okay. And then do we know, and this is the last bit of it, what the kind of what other counties tend to use and what the legal bottom threshold is on that?
Yeah, top and bottom. The Subdivision Map Act allows for local agencies to establish a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 100% for each of those categories, performance and labor and materials. And our ordinance code provides the 100, the 50% and 25%.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the board, I'll go to the public to see if there are any comments on this agenda item. Good morning.
Good morning, Ron Kopf. I just want to thank staff for their help in doing this. Fortunately or unfortunately, the last time one of these was put in place in the county was 2002. So, staff and I have had the pleasure of recreating the wheel on this and a number of other pieces of the overall project, which has been fun and challenging at the same time. But as we look to move forward with this, as you pointed out with the bonding amounts and things like that, it's very difficult to get construction financing these days. Bonding and letters of credit are expensive. So the more as we go forward and look at housing elements and things like that, if we can be more closer to the floor rather than the ceiling on some of these costs, there's nothing we can do now because it's obviously in the ordinance, but anything we can do to try and make these type of projects, which tend to be very expensive, time consuming, and labor intensive to put in place as we're trying to do these type of infill communities, it would be appreciated. Thank you very much. And again, thanks to staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments and I'll entertain a motion if not.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay. Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 4-0-0. Thank you. On to information technology and number 3, Heather.
Item number 3, consideration of approval of comment letters regarding the California Department of Technology's decision to move segments of the planned middle mile broadband initiative to an unfunded future phase and authorize the chair to sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board.
Let's see if you're on there. Do we have him on? Okay.
Yes, am I on? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am here to talk about the changes to the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative and looking for your support for comment letters to both the governor and the California Department of Technology. As background, the CDT the state has proposed a 10,000 middle mile network. which provides sort of the backbone for all of the last mile projects that we're trying to get done. In Tuolumne County, we had 88 miles proposed last year, and there are 13,000 eligible FFA, federal funding account locations, which is a grant to build last mile. Earlier this year in the summer, there were changes. The middle mile was split into 2 phases. The second phase is unfunded, and there were some changes to the routes because of a move towards leasing and purchasing existing middle mile. That was an effort to save money. There were 4 major changes that affected us. The first is around Don Pedro Reservoir, where more than 700 locations were affected. Essentially, the whole area here is pulled out and moved into phase 2. The second is Highway 120 through Groveland. That was moved to phase 2 as well just recently. I do believe the state intends to get that built. They have plans to bury fiber over Priest grade. But there has been problems with the existing fiber that they plan to lease. It's had several outages. So they're looking at actually trying to build something. Highway 108 recently was just extended up to Bald Mountain, and which is just below Cold Springs. So there's this little stretch that goes up to Strawberry with about 1,000 more locations that could be served. And in Columbia, this area over here by Columbia, there was a change to the middle mile. In the effort to save money, the state, as they were leasing and looking at options to do that, ended up changing the route. It had gone on Highway 49, and one of the biggest changes is up through Columbia, where they leased either scenic or CVIN fiber. And so now this area through 49 down to Tuttletown now doesn't have middle mile access. There's about 700 locations there that are going to be very difficult to serve. So the main changes are that in total, there are more than 3,000 locations that have sort of lost access to the middle mile in phase 2 until phase 2 is built. And the county lost about 58% of the mileage, the original mileage in the original proposal. So our requests are, in the letters, are to return to a single phase and to find funding. And barring that, at the very least, to return Highway 49 segment down to Tuttletown from Shaw's Flat, and to complete Highway 20 as soon as possible. Any questions?
Would you, is that pretty much what the letters reflect as
Yep.
well?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I especially liked your letter to the governor.
Thank you.
And do you have that up where you can? I would like the public to know what you.
I don't have it
Okay.
on me. I can.
Okay. Let me go to it and find it, because, you know, the purpose of the middle mile was to make it so that there is competition and less expense for the final mile, which goes into the neighborhoods. And without the backbone of the middle mile, if any internet service provider wanted to build out, it would be extremely expensive, number one. Number two, because the middle mile is being planned concurrently with the final mile, quite a few of our internet service providers have been planning their project areas based upon the middle mile, the proposed middle mile, that all of a sudden got pulled back. And okay, so I've got the governor's letter here, letter to the governor.
I've pulled it up as well.
Yeah. I really liked what you said here. I think I just summarized what you said. I didn't summarize phase 2, deferring phase 2. We don't know if it's ever going to happen, basically.
Correct.
But you state in the middle of this letter, it also overlooks an important truth. This is a strategy that has systematically deferred countless infrastructure improvements in rural areas in the past, creating disparities and more populated areas. More importantly, this is the exact problem that the federal infrastructure legislation states it is trying to fix.
Yeah.
So, brilliant letter.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so questions.
I have a question kind of along those lines. And so what is the time estimate? So assuming this is going to proceed with a phase 1 and phase 2
Mhm.
plan, what is the estimated time of delivery for phase 1?
Has to be done by December of 2026.
Okay. And then is there any completion date for phase 2?
Not at all. Funding has not been identified yet. So it's really roll of the dice. I expect that there will be some funding because I think it would be a black eye for the state
Yeah.
not to complete some of this. And there are certain areas like Groveland, which are big economic engines in
Yeah.
rural areas.
And so that highlights the concern for those that might be watching this and not familiar with the steps that it took to get here.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a phase that doesn't have a proposed completion date, doesn't have any money designated for it,
Mhm.
what are the chances that that's actually going to come to fruition? That's the big.
I wish I could answer that. I think
And I know I'm asking you. You're not the one with the answer to that question, but
I know the state has gotten additional funding in AB 156. They identified 3.2 million or 3.2 billion to build the middle mile. And recently some federal infrastructure dollars came down about 700 million to get it up to around 4 billion. I know that they're still seeking more dollars, but if that gets awarded, who knows?
Other questions for Len? No, no questions. Okay, I'll take it to the public to see if there are public comments regarding this item.
Well, I support this and I applaud you because I like to see people with some gumption. And not be a bunch of mealy-mouthed cowards. So I applaud you for this. And we ought to be getting some federal money to supplement this if the state doesn't have to do this. And I just find it astonishing that we have a community college in Columbia and we have such very poor internet service there. So good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Joanne McCullough, and I was in downtown Sonora when we had all of the lightning and the thunder. Our internet went out and there were fires all in Chinese camp. And it was such a Lahaina type experience to not have the internet, not have power. And I applaud as soon as we can to get broadband. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments.
Go first.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. This goes back to a really specific moment when we were on the Technology and Telecommunications Committee with the National Association of Counties. We had a USDA Rural Development Director that came in and said, no counties. The president's directive was not to connect most households. It was to connect all households. And there was a audible, through it, eye roll into that statement because the cost is very high. But then what they brought forward seemed to be really trying to do it. And I appreciate that we are pushing back on this. And I agree that quote stood out to me as well. In realizing what they are promising and making very ambitious promises, they are continuing to do the exact same thing that has left us out in the past. And that is just really unfortunate. If they're saying everybody has to be connected, this is a modern day utility, it's required for emergency services, you need it for economic development, telehealth, and teleeducation. You need it for the pandemic. But it's too expensive to do it for rawhide and peppermint. It's too expensive to do it up to, a lot of our communities in the snow line. It's just really very frustrating as well. Some of you have been to a lot of our meetings, some of you haven't. We've had on our board a lot of, I think, bodies and advocacy spaces. Supervisor Half, myself, and at different points, everybody to an extent, pushing on trying to get our community connected and getting this money to come in. We've also been highlighted as an example of a rural county doing it right. You know, here, look at this one. And we hired we invested resources into a great position. We got a great person for it who's doing a great job. We got the LADA technical assistance grants. We've got the environmental paperwork all together. We've got the network design paperwork. We're working at the state level, the federal level, the local and regional level. We've got it all together. My only recommendation for these two is that we would try to send them as well to the National Association of Counties, RCRC, CSAC, all of them, so that we may be able to engage their lobbying on it. And I know, of course, they are aware of this and I'm sure pushing back, but to let them know that this case example of them saying we're doing a great job suddenly just lost 50% or so of what they planned through no fault of our own. And I don't really understand why.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I think we're all frustrated. I do want to thank you and Supervisor Half, RCRC, you guys for pushing, because I know just a few weeks ago I had a meeting with Len, and most of the most of the 108 corridor wasn't part of that phase. So if Tweenheart wasn't, I would be getting an earful, but there's still, like Supervisor Brandon said, there's so many areas in our community that are going to be without. And in a state where we talk about inclusiveness, connectivity, not want to be discrimination, no discrimination in social arenas and whatnot. We're in the 21st century. We have like AI about to take over the world, and we still can't seem to get internet up here. So it's pretty funny to live in a first world economy, but third world roads, third world connectivity. So I think the state just needs to put their money where the mouth is and help us get connected and get our folks into the 21st century. So thank you. I guess what I want to say is thank you. Thank you guys, because I know you've done a lot of pushing. So thank you guys for your work.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the comments of my colleagues. Just to highlight, it's good that we're here. This is so much further than we have ever been in the history of this county. And thank you very much to you, Len, for keeping such close tabs on it. And I agree with the comments that Supervisor Kirk made. I was shocked to see the portion from essentially west of Salisburyville all the way up through Miwok Village excluded. I was also shocked to see the corridor from 120. They restored one, and that's great. They put a lot of those miles back to help all the way up past Miwok Village. But not to steal my colleague's thunder, but the 120 corridor, there's so many people that live out there, and it's so critical. I mean, you're talking about excluding Groveland, excluding Pine Mountain Lake, all the way up to Buck Meadows. And, it may not look it from the highway if you're driving through, but a lot of people live back there, and a lot of working people, a lot of working class families. And so I'm a realist. I understand that they're looking at the bottom line and what they can afford and what's feasible. And if they say that this can't be completed all in one phase, I guess I can accept that. But I know it's easy to say, well, just do an extra mile here, an extra mile there. This is a critical, I would say, maybe 3 miles, 3 to 5 miles that's being excluded, that it encompasses thousands of our residents. And so the fact that you highlighted that specifically, I think is really important. And if we were going to put our chips onto one bet to expand, just in terms of the population that we're serving, that's it for me. Is that 120 corridor that's been excluded. And I don't quite understand why. And I don't know if there was a real good reason given for that being taken off. But I'm sure you'll have something to say about it.
Yeah. Just big, utter disappointment. And they haven't shared with us their reasoning for who gets in, who doesn't. I want to start by, I think the board knows, but letting the public know, for those of you who don't, that I worked with a committee. There were about 12 people on this committee through CSAC for broadband. We were the ones who brought a $10 billion package to Governor Newsom for broadband. He was very excited about it, but when he proposed our same program as it was delineated out between middle mile, last mile, loan loss reserve, and all the different little variables, it became a $7 billion project. It was reduced by $3 billion. And when the legislature approved it as SB 156, it was for $6 billion. Now, our committee knew that 10 billion was probably not going to cover everything, but it would go a long way. And we tried to convey that to the governor and to the governor's office. So I have to say that it's not because we didn't tell them, number one. And I'm extremely disappointed because a big portion of District 4, the South County, whether it be Big Oak Flat, Groveland, Pine Mountain Lake, or Lake Don Pedro, is missing out big time. And they need this. So I also support, I think it was Supervisor Brandon who said in the letters that are going out to please copy NACO, RCRC, and CSAC. I agree with that. I support both of these letters. And I'm hoping that if there is one idea over the other, it would be to continually pump more money into phase 1 and make as many projects phase 1, because I doubt whether phase 2 will be built. With that, yeah.
Right. I wanted to add just two things with that. In meeting with Len, looking at it, there were areas of my district that took a hit, but it was probably one of the least impacted compared to what yours, all three of yours actually had. And I just wanted to reemphasize that regardless of that, this is a countywide issue. And so anything we can do, it's not about what district benefits from it. I think we all stand together on that. The second was going to be a question related to your question that we had talked about a bit. So there's phase 1 and phase 2. Now, if phase 2 never gets funded, or even if phase 2 does get funded, let's say fingers crossed they go through with that, we still have fairly contiguous pockets that lack access within the community, where it doesn't make sense for an individual to pay the one amount to be able to come out. Without expanding it too much, are we going to be looking at discussions of something we may be able to do on our side with ISPs to reach some of those communities that are just off that middle mile for the last mile connections?
Yeah, I think that there are, there's some interest in one of our local ISPs in building out their own middle mile and connecting, connecting where it doesn't exist now. And I think that in order for us to be successful, we need to look at that in multiple areas and see if we can work with our ISPs to take on some of those projects. My guess is that some of that could be funded, if not by FFA, by upcoming BEAD funding. And so I think we just need to be creative and, work with our partners to find approaches that'll take care of these things.
Great, thank you.
All right, if there are no other comments, I'll entertain a motion. And actually, I'd like to move on this if I could. I'll motion that we approve both letters to be sent.
No, I'll second.
Call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 4-0. Thank you so much for your work on that, Len. All right, so we are at County Administration number 4. What's that? Oh, do we have a 9:30? I thought it was 11. Yes, I do. I want to do the 9:30 appointment because we've got the 9:30 people here. Could you please read that? Thank you, Heather.
9:30 a.m. presentation of annual report by Visit Tuolumne County.
Welcome, Visit Tuolumne County.
Well, good morning, Chair Matt and members of the board. The President and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. There I am. And with me today is Katie Kirkland. She's our Director of Sales and Marketing, and Jen Lopez. She's our Marketing Coordinator and clicker today for our presentation. I first wanted to start just by thanking each of you for your time this last year. We had a lot of great conversations, and I learned some things, and hopefully you did too. And it was really great to spend, I think, additional time with each of you in these added communications. And so with that and in that spirit, we are pleased to be here today to present to you our 2022-2023 annual report. We have about 244 slides. I'm totally kidding, but now it will seem a little bit shorter to you. So we would just want to start with our some of the travel spending stats. This is really a lot of what we look at when we look at where we're headed. As you can see, this is a historic perspective from 2013. And we hit a nice high there in 2019 of about $275 million being spent in Tuolumne County from the tourism industry. Obviously, we had a huge dip there. We all know what that was about. And we started climbing out of it really sharply there in 2021 and kind of have started to slow down a bit in 2022 with about $252 million in travel spending. Employment in Tuolumne County tourism industry in 2022 was 2,550 people. The TOT was $7.7 million in 2022 versus in 2021 numbers of 7.1 million. So we are seeing a slight increase there. We do know that for 2023 at this point, it's been a bit of a challenge. We had Highway 120 closed for almost 100 days, I think it was earlier this year. So we're definitely going to see the impact of that when we're here next year reporting to you. Local tax receipts, which does include TOT generated from tourism, were 10.5 million, with state tax receipts generated from tourism being 10.8 million. And I do want to note that transient occupancy tax is the only tax that stays 100% local in our county. These state and local taxes equal $954 per household, meaning that these taxes offset what our local tax-paying households would have to spend. When we're looking at these numbers, I just want to remind you that they don't include our casinos. Those are indexed under government. So these numbers, if you were to add in employment and what is generated there, the travel spending, we would see a lot higher numbers there. And these stats, I would like to note, also come from Dean Runyon Associates. This is who Visit California uses. They've used them for many, many years, and we've used them for many, many years as well. They are a data research firm out of the Sacramento area, and every May during California Tourism Month and National Travel and Tourism Week, we get the new stats. So we always look forward to May and seeing where we're at. And then I just want to show you, this is, we have a new data software that we'll talk about a little bit more. But this is just to show you where our domestic travelers are coming from. This is our heat map. Obviously showing the Bay Area is key. It remains key for us. I think, obviously during the pandemic and coming out of that, that was a key market that we started going after again a little more aggressively. Sometimes you take it for granted that you have these major populations right in your back door, but we have taken advantage of that. And then Los Angeles, and a lot of people are surprised by that, but Los Angeles is a great market for us as well. So before we dive into all the programs, I just wanted to share an overview of our budget for the last fiscal year. And we kind of, I've already seen like how we jump around a little bit from calendar year versus fiscal year. But for the most part, we're looking at fiscal year. But when we look at those Dean Runyon numbers, those are calendar year, just for clarification. So our budget in 2022-2023 turned out to our income was about $1.8 million. This is 1.6 million from the county in TOT, 112 from the city, 39,000 from our partners in membership dues, 21,000 for vacation planner advertising, and $20,000 from marketing co-ops. So when we have like an ad that we do and a partner comes into it, that's income. Our expenses were about 1.94 million. So there was about $134,000 carry forward that went into the budget and went directly into marketing. So overall, our marketing budget was about 1.36 million. That's 70% of the budget. Our payroll was about 447,000, which is about 23% of our budget. And that includes our payroll taxes, payroll services, health insurance, bookkeeping services, workers' comp, all of that. And our office expenses, including rent and office supplies, were about 5% or $95,000. So with that laying the groundwork, I'm going to pass it over to Jen to really get into some of our marketing programs. Following Jen, Katie will have the floor for quite some time as the director of marketing. She's got a lot to cover today. So thank you.
Good morning. So I'll just take a few minutes to summarize some of the special projects and promotions that we had during the year, and also give updates on some of our more regular marketing programs. Oh. So I'll start with Tuolumne County Restaurant Week and Tuolumne County Art Week are two of our special promotions that we facilitate and promote annually. Tuolumne County Restaurant Week was in January, and this is originally inspired by California Restaurant Month, which was created to boost businesses during what is typically a slow time of the year. And it's really a celebration of our local culinary chefs, our breweries, cidery, and winemakers and food producers here in Tuolumne County. And so we will put out there to our food and dining partners if they would like to participate, and they often will come back, like they'll offer a deal or discount for throughout the week. So if a customer goes into their business and mentions Restaurant Week, they can partake in that discount. And so we are really hoping that this is something that helps boost business, like I said, at a slower time of the year. It is free for our food and beverage partners to participate, except for any of their associated expenses. And it's just a great reason to go out and experience our food and beverage scene in Tuolumne County. This event was promoted through ad placements on mymotherlode.com and Clark Broadcasting radio stations. Mentions in the Weekender, social media posts, including those of participating businesses, which you see a couple of them on the screen, and with a dedicated Restaurant Week page. And I can just go ahead and play one of the radio spots for you.
County Restaurant Week, January 20th through 29th. Celebrate the flavor of Tuolumne County while supporting your favorite food and drink destinations. Win a meal on us. Find out how at visittuolumne.com/dinetc.
So that was playing on my Motherlode Clark Broadcasting radio stations. And during this year's event, we were excited to launch the Tuolumne County Craft Burger Trail, which I'll talk about more in a few minutes. In the same spirit, VTC also hosted Tuolumne County Art Week in April, which showcases and promotes the arts of all types. Art Week consists of art shows, displays, live music performances, poetry readings, book signings, open studios, and more throughout Tuolumne County. This year, 25 artists and 13 venues participated, and we thank the City of Sonora, who partnered with us and donated Opera Hall space for a portion of Motherlode Arts Association's annual exhibit and art show. Art Week was promoted through ad placements on mymotherlode.com, the Union Democrat, Clark Broadcasting radio stations. It was also promoted regionally in Diablo Magazine and Insiders Club newsletters. It was promoted on our digital billboards that are in Manteca and Riverbank, and through social media posts. VTC continues our commitment to promoting sustainable travel options through blog articles, media pitches, and social media posts. During the course of this past year, we got our hands dirty and hosted cleanup days at Pinecrest Lake. And we also joined forces with Yosemite Climbing Association, who puts on the renowned annual Yosemite Facelift, along with Echo Adventure Cooperative, Rush Creek and Evergreen Lodges, the Groveland Hotel, and Around the Horn Brewing Company to host the first Facelift Act Local, which is an offshoot of Yosemite Facelift. And that took place in the Groveland and Hetch Hetchy areas. And we also just participated in the second annual event this past weekend. We also launched a Meaningful Travel webpage that provides resources for ways for visitors to travel sustainably during their visit and have a meaningful experience through either supporting certified B corporation businesses, volunteering in the community, or experiencing cultural events. Keep pushing the wrong button there. So earlier I mentioned the Tuolumne County Craft Burger Trail, which launched in January, and along with the Craft Beverage Trail, which we relaunched in May, they provide mobile passports that are gamified and fun ways to go out and try delicious burgers and beverages throughout the county and support local businesses at the same time. Participating businesses offer discounts upon check-in, and there is a grand prize drawing for participants at the end of the year. Beyond VTC's owned print and digital outlets and local radio and media coverage, the Craft Beverage Trail was featured in 209 magazine, also Sunset magazine, and among others. And the Burger Trail was featured in Travel Mole, Gourmet on the Road, and Table California. Another special project completed was the refresh of the Meetings and Events Planning Guide, which is housed on our website. This guide is a planning resource for meeting planners looking at Tuolumne County as a destination for their meetings, retreats, and other events. It describes local venues and services and includes links to 360-degree videos. The 360-degree videos are new for this year. And they provide vantage points showcasing venue spaces so that planners can visualize their event space and setup. We have completed 14 videos to date that include the state historic parks, hotels, and other locations. And we'll resume developing those 14 that collection of videos this fall. We took a break during the busy summertime. So part of our customary marketing efforts, VTC creates the annual Tuolumne Travel Guide, and we maintain our extensive website, and we also send out monthly consumer emails. These are all part of the foundation of our extensive marketing programs. Every year, VTC creates and distributes the Tuolumne County Travel Guide to inspire travel to Tuolumne County. In 2022, we printed 75,000 copies, and they were distributed in locations such as outlets in the San Francisco Bay Area, including Trader Joe's, Starbucks, at Stanford University, Whole Foods, and some other locations you've probably heard of, in the San Jose and Oakland International Airports. And this year we also included the John Wayne Airport in Santa Ana, Orange County, which has a lot of Disneyland traveler traffic. They are in the California Welcome Centers in San Francisco at Pier 39 and in Fairfield at the Jelly Belly Factory. We distribute them at the Tuolumne County Visitor Center. Our partner businesses distribute them, and they're in other outlets throughout Tuolumne County and the surrounding area. We also mail guides to those who have requested them through either our website, the California Visitors Guide, and Yosemite Journals, and other publications that we advertise in. So with the development, printing, distribution, and mailing, the travel guide is our largest marketing expense at $87,000 this past year. But there is huge value in continuing to create this piece. 93% of respondents to the 2020-2021 DMO Visitor Guide Readership and Conversion Study conducted by DMA West and Destination Analysts said that Tuolumne County's visitor guide helped them decide to visit Tuolumne County, making it the most convertible travel guide of all of the guides that were included in that study. So we were excited about that. This past year, our website, visittuolumne.com, received a refresh on look and style. And the focus of the refresh was to make the website more mobile friendly, as we now have more mobile users than desktop users. And if you see the little purple button there, towards the bottom of the screen, a little person, we also added a feature where you can go in and choose how you want to see the website based on accessibility profiles such as color blindness or prone to seizures, things like that. So a platform that's built into the website is the booking referral engine powered by Jackrabbit and SimpleView. This allows visitors to find and book lodging based on dates, towns, and areas. Through this platform, booking is completed through the lodging's own reservation system. So this is truly a direct booking platform. It is simply what's on our website is a referral system that's taking the visitors to the actual property's reservation system. The total annual cost to VTC to operate this is $5,500, and placement on the platform is free of charge to our lodging partners. And as you may notice in the annual report, the full annual report, the numbers for this year do seem to be lower than in the past. And this could be because of a couple of factors. One is that SimpleView's reporting system was down for several months at the beginning of the fiscal year. And I don't believe that we've quite recovered all of the data from that. That's still something that we're looking into. And also that travelers may seem to be catching on to OTA's online travel agents such as Expedia, who charge commission and make money off of reservations that are made through their system. And the travelers may think this is a similar system to that, where it's not. We do not make any commission or anything. This is going to the lodging properties reservation systems, where visitors are ultimately going to get the best rate for their booking. So we're going to work harder in making sure that visitors understand that process. And we also have some ads that will be coming up that we're running in cooperation with Visit California. And those ads will be directing to this page. So the consumer emails, we send out monthly emails to over 14,000 subscribers. They either subscribe on our website or are opted in through our other advertising outlets, such as the California Visitors Guides, Yosemite Journal, and others. The average open rate for 22-23 year was 37%, which was close to the industry average of 39%. However, this past June's email had an open rate of 49.7%. So we were all very excited about that. And that's been continuing with July and August. Those open rates have been about 50% as well. So we're hoping that continues. The database, like I said, is supplemented by our advertising outlets, which Katie is going to talk about next.
Thank you, Jen. I hope you guys all enjoy the sound of my voice because I do have a lot to cover. As Lisa said, I'll be going over our campaign, our marketing tactics, our strategic partnerships, international marketing, public relations, social media, digital content, and some events that we attend. So starting off with our campaign, we've been running our Wander Freely campaign since 2021. And this past year, we gave it a refresh with introducing the Wonderfully Tuolumne County campaign. We switched up our taglines and ad creative. This helped us to capture the attention of new audiences and then recapture our existing audiences. The markets for this campaign include Seattle, Las Vegas, Sacramento, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and we have a target audience of millennials. I mean, I can talk. Oh, okay, there it goes. I can talk loud too. So, anyways, our audiences are millennials and boomers. Our total marketing advertising spend for 21 and 22 was $507,000. So our digital campaigns, we use digital tactics such as paid search, paid social retargeting ads and native ads. So these are some examples of some of the campaigns we ran. And then on the next slide, we'll show some of the results of those. So along with the display tactics up here and the impressions, we also ran an LA Times digital campaign that added 550,000 impressions, meaning that impressions is basically the audience that it's reaching. So people that are seeing our digital ads. We continue to run and utilize traditional placements like print ads. For the 22-23 year, we placed ads in an array of regional, statewide, and national publications as seen here. Some notable publications are Condé Nast Traveler, which is one of the largest and most renowned travel publications, and Sunset Magazine, a well-known Western U.S. publication, and Yosemite Journal, where the print publication is part of a larger package that generates leads for us. And those leads go to travel guides mailed out or signups for our consumer email. I'm going to go ahead and play our TV commercial for you real quick, or will Janice?
It's wonderful in Tuolumne County because here, your wander leads to wonder. It leads to the towering majesty of Yosemite, to the authentic charm of California Gold Country, and to the endless adventure of the High Sierra. In Tuolumne County, when you set your compass to wander, it always leads to wonderful things. Start your wander in Tuolumne County. Plan your trip at visittctoday.com.
Our TV ads continue to tap into key audiences through traditional and streaming placements. Our commercial ran in our national and statewide markets, reaching a combined audience of over 13 million people. We also sponsored the PM weather on ABC 10. So for the month of January, we were the official sponsor for ABC 10's nightly 10-day weather forecast. This, if you remember, was during the time of our epic winter storm. So there was a record number of people tuning in to watch the forecast and looking it up online, meaning even more people were exposed to the VTC brand through our partnership that included our logo placed on the evening forecast and online weather forecasts with a direct link to our website. I'm going to let Jen play our radio ads and then I'll talk about them a little bit.
Gold Country, and it's wonderful in Tuolumne County because here, your wander leads to wonder. It leads to the towering majesty of Yosemite, to the authentic charm of California Gold Country, and to the endless adventure of the High Sierra. When you set your compass to wander, it always leads to wonderful things. Tuolumne County, wander freely. Go to visittctoday.com.
So as you can see, our radio ads tapped into over 5 million listeners in our local markets, as well as the East Bay area, Las Vegas, and Seattle. Another tactic we use to capture the attention of visitors and market share is our billboards that are placed in the Central Valley. Most often these focus on sustainability messaging and help remind visitors to be respectful and stewards of our land. One big change VTC made this year was switching to digital billboards, allowing us to switch up the messaging within minutes. Through these digital billboards, we can push out crisis information, promote events, and seasonal promotions. As one of our biggest initiatives, we continue to target meeting planners through our Meet Freely campaign. VTC runs print ads, digital ads, and attends conferences to meet with meeting planners, and we invest in the technology platform called Cvent, where we receive requests for proposals, I review them, and then send them out to hotels in the area so they can go ahead and fill those out and bid on meetings to bring more meetings and conventions here. I'm going to move into our partnerships. So to help leverage our funds and participate in larger promotions, we strategically partner with regional destination marketing organizations, and we're part of the High Sierra Visitors Council and Gold Country Visitors Association. We also partner with San Francisco Travel to leverage their marketing and offer a Beyond the Bay destination. But today I want to focus on two of our largest partnerships with Brand USA, the official destination marketing organization for the U.S., and Visit California, the destination marketing and management organization for the state. One of the biggest benefits of these programs is that both Brand USA and Visit California offer matching funds. is often commented by some partners about how they're really impressed that we participate in these programs, because we're up there with destinations like Mammoth and Ventura and Huntington Beach and Sonoma and stuff, and their budgets far exceed ours. So it's really cool to be able to participate in these still, the way we leverage our funds. So first up is Brand USA. We have a long-lasting relationship with Brand USA, and we continue to take part in their partnership campaigns to distribute content to international travelers to inspire travel to Tuolumne County. We opted into 2 partnerships this year, or the 2022-23 fiscal year, with the Global Inspiration Program and the 2023 Brand USA Influencer Program. Both these programs launched to Tuolumne County into the eyes of millions of travelers. This past year, VTC continued to partner with Visit California in the field of public relations by submitting story ideas, content, and hosting media, including journalists and influencers. Additionally, we participated in the Visit California cooperative marketing campaigns, and we had 2 dedicated e-newsletters, a full-page ad placement in the California State Travel Guide, and a half-page ad in the Visit California Road Trips Guide. We also worked with Visit California on the leveraged co-op digital program. And furthermore, we attend their convention Outlook Forum to learn more about destination marketing, industry trends, and education on the industry. So our relationship with Visit California helps us to keep top of mind when Visit California is also creating content. So often we get like bonus content in their vacation planners, as you can see from the Groveland ad there. And I just wanted to point out our ad in Visit California. So this ad is usually like $54,000, but with the help of our partners that we include on there and the matching funds from Visit California, it drops the price down to about $11,000. So just to give you an example, that's a 1-page ad in the visitor's guide, and some of our competitors like Tahoe have a 2-page spread. So keeping in these Visit California ads and working with them just helps us keep top of mind and stay competitive with market share. Ooh, now we get to jump into international marketing. Oh wait, can you go back to Visit California? Sorry, I forgot one thing. We worked with Visit California to run our Sojourn ads, which is the part of their co-op. And so from those, we had 639 confirmed travelers, meaning that Sojourn was able to track those travelers and confirm them. There's probably more that came because of this one campaign that we ran from February to May, but those are just the confirmed ones. So that gave us a total traveler spend of $103,000. And from our investment, that gave us a return on investment of 3.29 to every dollar we spent. Thanks, Jen. Sure. All right, international marketing. As you've heard us mention, international travelers are high-value travelers because they tend to stay longer and spend more when they're in a destination. Visit California, U.S. Commercial Services, and other industry professionals have named the UK, Mexico, and Canada as the top 3 international markets for California. In keeping up with those trends, we have partnered with 3 international public relations and travel trade agencies in Mexico, the UK, and Canada. In the UK, we work with Black Diamond. We started our relationship with Black Diamond over 5 years ago, and the growth of our brand in the UK has become apparent through recognition we receive at industry events. For example, many tour operators, travel professionals, and journalists not even know how to pronounce Tuolumne County, but they know where we are and what we have to offer as a destination. Additionally, many of them have visited Tuolumne County and they now include us in their itineraries, or they've written about us in their publications. Highlights from the past year are included in the slide before you. I want to point out that we had 84 media placements, which reached over 25 million people, and the ad value is $373,000, meaning that if I were to place an ad in all of the 64 publications, it would cost me $373,000. So that's the value we get from those ads there. And then on the travel trade side, we worked with we had 421 agents were trained on on Tuolumne County. We hosted one big group travel fam in September that had Bon Voyage Travel, American Sky, Travel Counselors, and Purely Travel. And those are some of the top agents in in the UK. And actually, one of them started including us in their itineraries, and they confirmed their first booking in Tuolumne County over Mother's Day weekend. They reached out to us, and we left a special little gift for the visitors in their hotel room. So that was very exciting to see it come full circle. And these are just some examples of some publications and fam trips that we hosted. In Canada, we partner with one of the top Canadian public relations and travel trade agencies specializing in tourism, Development Counselors International, also known as DCI. As the previous agency of record for Visit California, Gold Country Visitors Association, and the pre-pandemic representation for Visit Tuolumne County, DCI has an extensive knowledge of California travel trends, our region, and our brand. This past year, we focused on outdoor and family travel, and we relaunched our brand in Canada and partnered with San Francisco Travel Association to develop a Canadian road trip promotion. As you can see here, we had 38 media placements reaching over 48,000 people, and the qualitative score on that is 2,870. So instead of doing an ad value in Canada, they do a qualitative score. So they score the article placements on a scale, and 2,870 is actually high. So. And then Travel Trade, we hosted a group fam with San Francisco Travel, so they now feature us and San Francisco as a group package for travel. And those are some examples, again, of just articles and some social placements that we had in our DCI team actually working a Travel Trade event for us. In Mexico, we work with Global Marketing Sales, also known as GMS. They are the agency of record for Visit California. Mexico is currently one of the top travel markets into California. We launched our brand in Mexico, and the GMS team ran social ads for us, trained hundreds of tour operators, and arranged media and travel trade familiarization tours for us. Many of our lodging and retail partners have reported seeing an increase in Latin American visitors. Furthermore, we continue to host a Spanish language website, and we grew the traffic to that website by over 9,000%. So as you can see from the social ads that they ran, we reached another 3.8 million people. We had 6.3 million impressions and over 140,000 total link clicks. So that's pretty awesome. And then they've trained over 390 travel agents for us, which is huge. And then our group, we had a group fam with them, and it included American Express, which is one of the more affluent travel agents that is in Mexico. So that's pretty awesome. And those are just some examples as well. Now we're going to dive into some public relations. So public relations is what we like to call earned media. These numbers that you see before you are based on domestic media publications. We earn articles in state and national and international publications like Matador Network, the LA Times, Backpacker Magazine, and more. And those come through media pitches, press releases, and media visits to Tuolumne County. We use Muck Rack, which is a software, and we use it to pitch, connect, and distribute press releases and track media placements. We spend $12,000 a year on this program, and as a result of the 157,000 articles we placed, it's an estimated value of $7.65 million, meaning that if I were to place 157 ads in these publications that we are featured in, it would cost me $7.6 million. So with that, the ROI for this program is $637.5 to every dollar we spend. A MAT release. We often get asked what a MAT release stands for, and did I skip one? Surprisingly, it's not an acronym. It simply is just a MAT release, which is it's a type of press release that is a mix of a press release and an advertorial article. This particular MAT release included coverage from the High Sierra, Gold Country, Yosemite National Park. We invested $4,555 into this MAT release, and as you can see, the estimated value is over $400,000, and that's resulting in an ROI of $92 to every dollar spent. Dive into some social media. We have a total of 6 social media accounts where we share strategically planned inspirational and motivational posts to encourage visitation. We also use social media to distribute timely information, and it is a vital communication tool for us during crisis communications. All channels saw growth with the exception of Twitter. And all, VTC has over 57,000 followers, which accounts for a 5% growth over the 2022-23 year. In February, VTC went out for RFP for a social media agency. A local company, Diamond Digital Co., won the contract. VTC is excited to use a local company that is familiar with our destination, our organization, and can capture the content in the field to engage our audiences and grow our social media organically. Here are some of the top performing posts for the 22-23 year. Outside of reach and likes, shares and saves are also as important in measuring the success of a post, as that means people are encouraging other people to look at it when they share it with them. And when it's saved, it often means that people are coming back to the post when they're planning their vacation. Some digital content. Some digital platforms we use are CrowdRift and Bandwango. CrowdRift is a tool that lets us capture and utilize user-generated content, meaning that if someone takes a photo in Tuolumne County and they publish it on Instagram, we are notified and we can ask for rights to use the photo. Some usage rights include social, web, editorial, or marketing rights. Bandwango is the software we use to build consumer programs in Tuolumne County. We currently have the Craft Beverage Trail and the Craft Burger Trail that was covered earlier in this presentation. Further, we executed a large photo and video shoot this year to build our digital assets that we own. Next, I'm going to dive into some travel industry events. So VTC attends various meeting, event conferences, and conventions and travel trade conventions to meet with tour operators and meeting planners. Through these events, we have the opportunity to meet with tour operators and meeting planners. Not only does this help us foster existing relationships, we create new relationships, and many times these result in familiarization tours, so bringing people into Tuolumne County to experience it, or we're included in their itineraries. And media events. To assist in media placements and publications, we attend state, national, and international media events. We meet with journalists, bloggers, influencers, and content creators. These events are important in keeping relationships with media and Tuolumne County top of mind. As a direct result of attending these events, VTC has landed media placements, and we had the opportunity to host media and trending influencers. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Lisa Mayo to wrap us up.
Thank you, Katie and Jen. So I just wanted to touch on the community investment program that we have. This is something that has been ongoing for some time. Last year, you may remember, we formalized it more by working and partnering with Sonora Area Foundation. They have a lot of information on organizations that may need funding that we might be able to help with, and can often provide matching funds as well. And these are just a couple examples. Sierra Repertory Theater, the 49er Festival in Groveland, and then the Brew Fest, which unfortunately won't happen this next year, but those are just some of the events. And then we also did some destination management, probably about I don't know the total number, but we worked with to create a new disc golf course, which is really cool. Tuolumne County has the most disc golf courses per capita of any county in the state, so we're taking advantage of that. And we also hosted one of their championship tournaments that was held here recently. We also have set aside $37,500, that's $7,500 for the 4 Chambers and Promotion Club to do a beautification or art type of project. So that is waiting to be spent as well. So last year, nearly $50,000 was distributed, and this doesn't include things like gift baskets and a lot of those auction item type things that we do. The RC one comes to mind, since we are working on putting that one together right now as well. And so just currently and looking ahead, I wanted to just touch again on Placer.ai. This was, we talked about the heat map earlier, but Placer, we just started working with them a couple months ago, and it's a location analytics software, and it can help us determine a lot of things like the effectiveness of our ads, new target markets, and visitor trends like the one you see here. This is just for the year. But you can imagine like being able to overlay year upon year upon year to see what the trends are. I think when we're looking at January, the December area, that may be high depending on our winter, like next year when we look at this. But if we have another good winter, we look at those numbers hopefully being similar to that. One of the really cool things that this program does, and I think Mr. Bergstrom would probably be really interested in this, is a void analysis report. And what that is it's where you can plug in like you can look at a shopping center, for example. I'm going to use Kohl's because this is the example that we went through with Placer. And you can look at that and say, like, what is missing? Like, what would go well in here? And the data, it looks at other areas and what shops do well and are compatible with a Kohl's. And so it's really interesting information. There's so much that this program provides. We just are seeing the tip of the iceberg of it. We get regular trainings in it because there is so much on there. One of the things I think is really cool is this, if you look to the far right of your screen, is the historical data. And this is just something that so this is looking back a year ago today, it was 78.2 degrees and a chance of rain. But this is something that we could look at when people are planning events and they want to say, well, what's the weather typically like? You can look back and say, well, on this day for the last 5 years, it was like this. Of course, we don't probably have typical weather anymore, but it's a really interesting piece of data that we can get. It can tell you if it was the holiday that was happening or different things. So very cool. We're excited to dive more into that and see how it might help folks beyond visit Tuolumne County. We are working on the tourism marketing district. I'd like to acknowledge Ashley Padilla. She is on our team sitting there in the audience, and she is working with me very closely on work on the TMD, the tourism marketing district. And this is where there's an added assessment on lodging properties and or attractions and or retail or restaurants. And so we are in the beginning phases. We have the feasibility study that we did do earlier this year that you each got a copy of, but our first workshop, which we invite anyone that wants to learn about this, you don't have to be just lodging. November 1st, 2023, 1 o'clock at the Best Western Plus, Sonora Oaks Hotel and Conference Center in the Oak Glen room. And just preceding this, the Tuolumne County Lodging Association at 11 o'clock will also have a meeting and provide lunch. So anyone is welcome to come to that who wants to learn more about all of those great things. And it was really interesting. Last week, I was asked to sit on a panel for a Tourism Improvement District Forum at a conference I'm going to, the Cal Travel Summit, next week. And so they just kind of want to see from a perspective of somebody that's going through the process, that we haven't done it yet. We're not doing a renewal yet, but we're just going through that process. So that'll be really cool. And there'll be a lot of great information, I'm sure, that we can bring back from that. And now for current highlights, just want to touch on some really amazing wins that we've already had in this fiscal year. So a few weeks ago at public comment, you heard about the 10-page spread in Nat Geo UK, National Geographic UK. And that article actually got picked up by National Geographic US and was put online, provided an additional $80,000 in coverage, and it reached 8.5 million more people. And that was really exciting. It's always fun when you see something that keeps coming back, kind of like the gift that keeps on giving. This last week, you may have heard, we just received a Sunset Travel Award for downtown Sonora in the Best City Getaway category. And as of yesterday afternoon, our announcement of the award just on our media channels of Facebook and Instagram reached 19,000 people and had 189 shares. And we were looking at it and we think it's really cool. A lot of those shares were realtors. They are putting that up there as a way to lure prospective buyers. And maybe Betsy can attest to that a little bit. So that's really exciting. And I think as a recruitment tool, those types of things, we would love for people to share those and to use that. Like, let's leverage this stuff. We also have a new meetings initiative that Katie is involved in, and that is where she's meeting with local agencies and organizations and telling them, like, hey, you probably belong to another industry organization that could come here and have a conference or a board retreat or trainings. And so that has started. She's had a few meetings with that, and the first meeting was with Crystal from the Sheriff's Department, and now it's great. We are currently working to help secure the Sheriff's Second in Command training, which will be really amazing to have that here in Tuolumne County. And then finally, something that we just learned about this morning, and this we're going to figure out how we can relate this back to us. Anybody watching Monday Night Football last night? There was an Airbnb commercial featuring Groveland. So pretty exciting to see that. And we're going to try and reach out and see how we might be able to leverage their content for that. It was really cool. The scenery alone was amazing, and we want to try and get our hands on that if we can. So finally, just closing out, just want to again just show these the travel spending numbers, just again to reemphasize how important our travel industry is here in Tuolumne County. We continue on that upward trajectory, and we hope to see that number continue to grow over this next year. So as we look forward to celebrating our 40th anniversary in November, I just want to once again thank you all for your support, and we are available for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive report. So questions from our board? Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. As always, that is a fantastic presentation. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. I wanted to ask about the 3D thing in particular. How is that done? Is that something that can be used for potentially other things that we want to highlight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys want to add anything to that, but we are sharing it with any partner that is having us come in there or that we are working with, they can share that. But yeah, we have that to share out, and it's the the meeting planners are really into that because it really gives them a good sense of the space. So yeah, there's
Work with somebody local too, so we contacted them.
For,
I'm
for,
not allowed
for
now.
the folks online,
Oh,
I can hear you fine, but
we work with a local person who goes in and does the capture of the video, and then we host it on our website. We actually give it to our partner too to host on their website because a lot of our partners are doing their own meetings outreach along with us, so it just helps utilize that even more and go a little further. It's a huge trend, as Lisa said, in meeting planning and event for people to go in and see. And there's organizations out there that provide this type of service, and we just wanted to stay local with it. So yeah, it's definitely available for any of our partners to utilize.
that's fantastic. I appreciate that. And I know you've been putting money also into kind of the destination placemaking development programs as well, and appreciated. I wanted to kind of ask a question about the uh, software that you're using to identify likely businesses to succeed here, and just making sure that that is coordinating with Robbie Economic Development. I know that's a big issue for pretty much every main street, right? Is we can get the people up here, but we want to make sure that we've got really thriving businesses that no vacant storefronts, right? And we're pitching those opportunities. So how does that work with county economic development or with some of the kind of regional economic development, and letting them know what the inventory is up here?
So we actually just started an economic development page on our website that has all of our resources listed for city, for county, from us, our tourism numbers, because we get people in all the time who come to us and like, hey, what's the tourism industry like? Because a lot of places like to develop where the tourism industry is strong and thriving. So we put that page together, and it does link directly to the county page, and Robbie's aware of it. Lisa sits on the executive committee for the economic development. And so he's aware that we have these tools, and it is listed on our page that we can look into research and stuff like that. So it's available it's one of our things that we utilize. We can also look up, if anyone has a question, we can look it up and research it for them. And then Lisa, do you have anything to add? Yeah.
There's so much.
Yeah, we actually just worked with Caltrans. They reached out to us and asked for some numbers about the pass and stuff. So we used our data software to help them answer some questions. So
That's great. That's super cool. And then I just had one last question on it. I know within my district in particular, and then also the city of Sonora, we've been using the Clean California grants for signage and some aesthetic improvements, kind of placemaking / active transportation. I wanted to ask specific to kind of the TMD, is some of that funding going to be looking at kind of destination development, placemaking stuff? In addition to kind of marketing operations, is that kind of the next field to expand, or is it looking at fingers crossed and the whole thing, additional international markets? So if that money comes in, where does that potentially go?
Well, we would like to see it go towards marketing, since that is our primary reason for existing. But it will be up to, if should we be able to get a TMD in place, it will be up to those stakeholders on how they want those funds spent.
Mhm.
So we'll have a board that's made up of those stakeholders, and they will direct how the money is spent.
Great.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I had two questions, but Supervisor Brandon asked the one that I was interested in about Placer AI and the cross-pollination with our economic development. So that's fantastic, and I hope to see lots of interaction there between you guys and Robbie, and bringing more businesses into the county as a result of maybe a trip that they've taken here or ads that they've seen and they want to investigate further. So kudos and thank you for that. I only had one other question. The events planning guide that you mentioned, does it include the Tuolumne and the Groveland Community Resilience Centers?
It does not. We have reached out just to get that information, but I don't think they were quite ready yet. But we do want to get those. Those are on our radar, definitely to get those on there.
Because I can see how that would help, especially businesses in the Bay Area have their retreats, their, planning sessions, their getaway type sessions where they can stay at multiple hotels, but they have one central place to go to for their retreat or their workshop, that kind of thing. And that would help support the CRCs in the way that we need them supported, along with the community support too, of course. Yeah.
We'll get on that.
All right. Thank you. So I don't think the board had any more questions. So I'm going to go to the public now and see if there is anybody in the audience who would like to get up and speak about this particular agenda item.
Well, okay. I just want to say how every time I go there, I am so impressed with everything you do for outreach. And I happened to be there one day when they had decided to close Yosemite. And there were some visitors, and I think they were from North Carolina. And you went out of your way to find them something else to do because Yosemite was closed. And so they were just astonished at everything that was available here. And as I walk around town, I see lots of busloads come up of foreign tourists. And I know some of our local businesses are interested in learning Spanish. So I hope there can be some outreach or maybe some community education classes through Columbia College or something where they could learn some conversational Spanish and we could be more hospitable. And then even though they're in the city of Sonora, you have the opportunity to make some decisions about how we manage our homeless populations because they are a detriment a little bit, some of them, to our tourists. And the way our community looks with the trash and the, all the crap that's under the bridge there by the lower State Mart, that's just disgusting. So I would hope that you would feel, we need to make a countywide decision about how to handle this. So I applaud you.
Thank you. Good morning.
I have a question. What part of your budget or just of your plan do you have to prepare tourists for disasters, for storms and for wildfire? Because we have lost tourists. They have died because they didn't understand the cold water. They, even though there are signs somehow. They seem to miss that. And there's a big concern of how we're going to evacuate the tourists, and because they haven't read or there aren't signs. And so I know the Office of Emergency Services would be somebody you would definitely work closely with.
Thank you for your question, and we'll direct Visit Tuolumne County to
Yes,
answer.
and thank you. We do work with OES on messaging for wildfires and wildfire prevention. We have a wildfire, like we call it a toolkit, that gives people tips on how not to start a fire, and includes things like making sure that your chains aren't dragging. Several different things. Of course, the smoking thing. There's a lot on there. We have that we distribute with our partners, with our hoteliers. It's accessible to them. We did do a water safety campaign this year, and that included being up on the digital billboards that we have, that Katie talked about earlier, in the riverbank and Manteca areas, that just said, basically stay away from the fast waters, and gave more safety tips on that. There, on our website, we also have travel alerts. If there's something that we want people to know to stay away from, we can do things throughout, pushing it out through our social media channels, which reaches a lot of people as well. So there is a lot in that arena that we do. We do also have a crisis communications plan. And I will say, when we had that potential of an active shooter, we went right to that plan to figure out what we needed to do as a visitors bureau. So there's a lot of different elements to that, but yeah, we are on top of all of that.
Thank you.
And we do have, yes, and we do have budget for crisis communications.
Any other questions from people here? All right, we'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Supervisor Campbell.
No, I think it was a pretty comprehensive presentation, and so thank you for the work that you do and for being kind of our conduit to the outside world.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Pretty short. Yeah, thank you for the update. Some things that I always look at and that I appreciate are when you can show, rate of return, when you show marketing plan, such as the Visit California, you show the work that you do and then the bookings that take place become of it. I was a little bummed on one of the slides because some of their data went down. I was hoping to get more accurate information there, but now I understand why. So thank you guys for that. Like I said, anytime I can get reports where I can see a return on investment, that helps us, it helps the constituents when talking about budget. Thank you for the information on the TMD, the Tourism Marketing District. I know that's part of the ongoing conversation, so it's great to see that information in there. And then just overall, I said this when we were talking about budget, but one of the reasons why I'm so pro this organization is we have Yosemite in our back door. If we didn't have that, I'd probably have a different opinion, but kind of like Carol said, so many people visit here, and when Yosemite's shut down or they find out that there's other things to do, there really is so much. I have an Airbnb on my property. I built a little garage, put a little apartment above it, and it blows my mind how many people come from out of state, out of country. They book a week to go to Yosemite, and then I say, well, hey, take a day off, just travel, go to Sonora, go to Columbia, go to Twin Heart, go to Music Under the Pines. Like, I give them all these little things to do. I say, just relax for a few days because you just got in from Ireland or wherever, chill, and then go to Yosemite. And it blows my mind how many times they do that, and they're like, you know what? We're not going to go to Yosemite for 3 days. We're just going to go for one day because we want to go drive the pass and we want to go do this. And they still love going to Yosemite, but like I said, there's so much to offer here. So you guys are so critical to connect those dots for that industry. So I think you guys are doing a good job. And that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Echoing all of that, you do a fantastic job, and obviously it is covering so many bases that I think we may only be vaguely familiar with, and a lot of members of the public may not even know our places were being represented, topics that are happening. I mean, not just paying for social media ads and stuff, but developing content, economic development, making it easier to travel here, making it more fun to travel here, organizing plans. I mean, it's really impressive. And I think you're a fantastic investment the county makes. And we've seen that year over year with the revenues coming back in, that we've been able to support services of $1,000 per household in effectively free services, not free, but that's an amazing return on the investment. So you're doing really well. I think my only comments in general moving forward too is, and and it's moving that way too, is how do we continue to work with some of the chambers and a lot of the local events too. I know it's been weird, especially post COVID. Many of them are, I guess, unfamiliar to ask for money, to ask to build that capacity. So I see a lot of hardworking people, smaller events that could, with some money, be expanded. And there is the fund, and you've been very supportive of those community organizations. But how can we get them over that hump of making sure that year over year they're buying more equipment, they're getting their marketing materials out, they know what to ask for help on, and then what to make sure they're running themselves. And I think that will make sure that we're also helping just all the Main Street events as well. They're all struggling as well coming out of the pandemic. And I think the arts grants to go into placemaking, go into kind of those attractions is a really great start and a great idea for that. And how do we incorporate them in a more structured way would be a great goal for the next year. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies, for your extensive reporting on what you do. I was really impressed with how you are growing and doing new things. So my viewpoints, I concur with my colleagues, so they've already said it all. I just really appreciate today and seeing all the work that you do that I had no idea. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 minutes to 11, 10:50. Thank you. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and get started and reconvene. And Heather, if you would please read item number 4 on our agenda.
Item number 4, consideration and board direction on changing the membership and board appointments to the Natural Resources Committee.
All right, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Half and members of the board. The Natural Resources Committee serves as an advisory group to the Board of Supervisors on all issues related to natural resources, water, fisheries, timber management, forest health, and access to recreation on public lands, etc. One of the key responsibilities of this committee is to review and vet staff recommendations containing proposed comments on legislation, plans, studies, actions, and environmental documents emanating from state and federal agencies concerning public lands that the full board may consider taking action on. The Board of Supervisors established this committee in 2010, and the principal staff support is County Administrative Office staff. The current membership of the committee, all of whom are voting members, includes Board of Supervisors with 2 members, Fish and Game Preservation Fund Advisory Committee, 1 member, Agricultural Advisory Committee, 1 member, Tuolumne County Conservation District, 1 member, and 1 at-large member. All positions on this committee are currently filled. In 2022, the board approved the elimination of the Tuolumne County Water Agency's Water Policy Advisory Committee and directed that the board's Natural Resource Committee be the venue to discuss all natural resource issues, including water rights and advocacy. As a result of this direction, staff recommends adding the following voting members to the Natural Resource Committee: Tuolumne Utilities District with 1 member, Groveland Community Service District, 1 member, and Hetch Hetchy Water and Power with 1 member. Tuolumne Utilities District and Groveland Community Service Districts are the only 2 urban water suppliers in Tuolumne County as set forth in the California Water Code section 10617. They distribute water for municipal purposes to more than 3,000 customers and or 3,000 acre-feet of water annually to Tuolumne County customers. Hetch Hetchy is a key local water partner in both water and forest health / natural resources. Also, because of their traditional ecological knowledge, cultural expertise, and active involvement in local water and natural resource issues, staff recommends adding the following tribal representative as voting members. Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians of California with 1 member, and Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians with 1 member. Adding these representatives to the Tuolumne Resource Committee increases the voting members from 6 to 11. A quorum of the committee would be at least 6 members in attendance. Staff do not recommend expanding the committee beyond 11 voting members because achieving a quorum already proves to be difficult at times. Regarding board appointment, in January 2023, Chair Half appointed Supervisors Kirk and Brandon to serve on the Natural Resource Committee, with Supervisor Kirk in the role of chair. At the board meeting on June 6, 2023, there was a discussion about changing the board appointments to the Natural Resource Committee as a result of the expansion of the committee to focus on water issues as well. It is the recommendation that the Board of Supervisors approve representatives from Tuolumne Utilities Districts, Groveland Community Service District, Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians, and Hetch Hetchy Water and Power to serve as voting members to the Natural Resource Committee and provide direction on board appointments to the committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now is the time for board questions. Supervisor Kirk.
One question, and it kind of dawned on me, otherwise I would have given you a heads up. I just want to confirm, have we reached out to all these entities and make sure that they would send a voting member? Okay, just want to confirm, because it's hard enough getting a quorum, so thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
I have comments, no questions.
Okay. And I have one question, and that is, of the current 5 members that are for the Natural Resources Committee, are they all actively participating right now?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Okay. Well,
6 members, correction.
6 members. Yep, you're right. Okay. So I will go to the public now to see if there's any public comment on this particular item.
Well, I have a little bit of reservation about including Hetch Hetchy as a voting member, because they're not in your jurisdiction and they don't belong to you. And so I have some concerns about some conflicts there. And then I always think there should be more than 1 member of the public on a committee.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for your comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Sure, I can kick it off. Thank you. Since we've reactivated the water agency and from the time kind of serving on natural resources, that hasn't been one of the kind of topics too much of discussion. And I think it's a really appropriate place. When we did our revision of the committees, commissions, boards at the county, we had eliminated the Water Policy Advisory Board, which previously had worked with our utility partners to at least be an information sharing space that I thought was kind of a helpful thing. I think this would be a efficient way to still have those conversations. And I think it fits under what the scope of the Natural Resource Committee would be. So I support most of the changes. I do agree with Carol. I think that there is a recommendation I would make that we would sub out the Hetch Hetchy Water District. I think it's great if they want to attend. I really do. I want them to be there. But as a voting member of that, they are not in the same way a local entity. I think they're a different kind of stakeholder. And I would recommend that instead, and with the kind of initial discussions, to have the Jamestown Sanitary District included. It is not as defined, I think, an urban water system, but we have potentially, of all the districts in the entire county, the most project development potential and discussions happening around that area. And when we think about what we're doing with the water agency, there will be the big things as far as watershed, water rights, discussions. There will also be, I think, the smaller things, plant capacity, pipe, those types of projects, as well as wells and areas with contamination. All of that is most relevant to the Jamestown Sanitary District. There was a miscommunication about that. I actually have presented to the Jamestown Sanitary District a number of things. We're looking at some of the challenges they face. One of those was whether they would be interested in that. And it was a resounding absolutely. They want to participate and they want to work more with the county. And I think it also fits because our community development department is currently working with the sanitary district through the REAP grants, has identified, I think, plant capacity there is a key challenge to some of our other board approved priorities for housing and economic development. So that would be my recommendation to my colleagues would be removing Hetch Hetchy and making them an ex officio member, replacing that with the Jamestown Sanitary District, and then approving the resolution.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk. Comments.
Comments. I'm hearing what Supervisor Brandon said regarding Hetch Hetchy. I think part of the think tank maybe behind getting Hetch Hetchy to be present at the meetings, because they're not, but if they could be present, is because of where some of the movement with water is going and how it affects them into the future. So to me, it's not so much them being a voting member or not. It's actually just getting them to be at the table, which is kind of what I want. I hear what you're saying about regarding Jamestown. My reservation about Jamestown is we all have districts. We all have different needs within the districts. I wouldn't want to necessarily put one need over another district. So I'm kind of, I think any sanitary district would be welcome to come to these meetings, but I don't want to put extra, I don't know, favoritism is a word. I'm just cautious about us going down a path by including one but excluding others. So I'm chewing on that for a little bit. But that's my thoughts to his comments. And thank you, staff, for bringing this before us today.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I agree with Supervisor Kirk's perspective on that that last point. Also, just touching on the point about Hetch Hetchy is that it's a very large organization with a lot of experience in watersheds, and they manage a very large reservoir. And so the amount of resources that they could have to bring to bear if there are questions that arise, I think that would be a very worthwhile partner. And it is within the county limits. So it's, even though we tend to think of Hetch Hetchy as being a separate universe, it's not. It's part of Tuolumne County. And so I think there's a value in putting that invitation out there to bring that discussion in more directly with Hetch Hetchy, because I think, reading through what was proposed, that is an area where we probably could do more communication, is talking to our partners in Hetch Hetchy. And then just kind of in a broader sense, I think that the Natural Resources Committee, having been on it and then been off it, and then, at various points throughout my career as a supervisor, it's lacked a lot of focus, I think, over the years. And so what I see here with this proposal is written is an effort to kind of narrow that focus, which is, in my opinion, the committees that choose 2 or 3 or maybe even one issue to put their energy toward, those are the committees that work best. So if this is in the interest of focusing our energies on specific areas like water and watersheds, that type of thing, I think it's worthwhile. So I'm supportive of the plan.
Okay, I'm supportive of the plan as written. I believe in the water world, everything is about relationships. And I think developing a good, solid relationship with Hetch Hetchy is imperative for us. We can learn from them. They can understand what our needs are. It can be really helpful both ways. And, water doesn't know any boundaries. So even though they are, like Supervisor Campbell said, partly in our jurisdiction, I think they would be valuable. What I'd kind of like to do here is button this up, who's going to be on the committee, and then I'll talk about what my recommendations are for chairing this committee. So we've talked about a lot of different things. I think I only heard one proponent for including a sanitary district, the Jamestown Sanitary District. I'm just wondering if somebody, one of us would be willing to make a motion, and go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. And I just wanted to respond a little bit because I do agree with the sentiments there. I think in the initial draft and some of the discussions, it actually had some more members onto this. So as an example, one of the things Hetch Hetchy has a major interaction with our community is through the Groveland Community Service District, their water contract, which is represented on there. But if you look through IRWIM and the number one, let's say, most looking at projects entity, it's actually Twain Harte Community Services District, which is in a similar boat that even though they're both CSDs, it is not, I believe it's designated urban, what is it? Urban municipal water entity, something like that. And Tuolumne Sanitary has one, and Jamestown Sanitary has one. There's another entity too that I'd say we probably have even more interaction with if we're talking about that wasn't included in that list, which is the Tri-Dam Authority. The Tri-Dam Authority deals with Beardsley and Maloney's. We also have, of course, Don Pedro, Lake Tulloch, all of which we have law enforcement interactions with, recreation interactions with, probably at a larger scale than Hetch Hetchy. So I would be open to the idea that potentially there are additional water partners. And as Supervisor Campbell mentioned, I think it's trying to focus the discussions on this committee. I think having a few representatives, 3, it's a good step. I would actually prefer to see a couple more that would be added in there that are these important partners we work with frequently. And similarly, Tri-Dam has a lot of interactions with us. So I think there are other ones too that you're right. We don't necessarily want to bias and put one in there, but there are ones that I would say are important and would benefit from being on this list that are also not on this list. And I would support putting those back on.
So when I say that I agree with the staff report, I also agree with what's written in here about not going beyond 11 members. I know when we started out with the homeless committee and there were 20, it was unwieldy. And I think we'll get out of focus more easily if we entertain too many members. I'm wondering if the invitations have not gone out to these other partners as yet. Is that correct? They have. And have we gotten acceptance from every single one that is in the memo?
We have not heard back from the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians. We have heard from Hetch Hetchy and the Tuolumne Band. Both said, we'll get back to you. Yes, we're interested. Both Groveland and Tuolumne Utilities District has said, absolutely, we're in, we'll be there.
Okay. So I might make a recommendation that we start with this, try it out. If we have partners that are mentioned in here that end up falling out or not wanting to participate, we come back and revisit it with some of the folks that some of the entities that Supervisor Brandon had mentioned for a revisit. That would be my recommendation. I don't know
Is that
the rest
a
of the
motion?
board feels. Yeah, that's a motion.
I'll second.
Just a point of order, I guess, would be on this. Are we also looking, are we having to decide both things at once, or are we looking at the
We're doing just the committee right now.
and then the
Makeup.
committee business? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Did you-
so I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 4-0. All right, now we need to get to the chair and the vice chair of this committee. This has been a hard decision. This is a decision that the chair makes. And it's not one that I've made lightly. But going back to the fact that we do not have a consultant for water. So it's going to be incumbent upon the two people who are part of the water agency and part of the natural resources representatives. They have to be the same two people. We uncovered that in one of our last meetings about this topic. So it kind of leads me to decide that it needs to be the same two people that have been active in water because we don't have the consultant. So that would be Anaya Kirk and myself. So that's going to be my recommendation for the board to vote on. Comments? Questions? Go to the public.
Nice move.
Bring it back to the board for any further discussion or motion.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so with it, I don't think there was any ever intention recommendation to change who's currently on there. And this is maybe to staff. My understanding was when we had brought back the discussions of the water agency, it was to get away from the 2-member model being on that, and that the board would operate similar to as we do the Air Resources Board and some of these other units, making decisions as a group, for the fact that any two of us, given the extreme differences in water of our districts, would not be good representatives of the entire county. There's just too many different things related to that. So my understanding was that the entire board would become that group with it. At the end of the day, I'm fine with it either way. I have no issue. You know, but
Yes, you're right. So the Tuolumne County Water Agency is governed by the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Directors of the Water Agency is the Board of Supervisors. So all 5 of you as a governing body make decisions as the water agency. The discussion for today and the discussion that your board had back in June was in light of the fact that the water agency's policy advisory committee had gone away, and the Natural Resource Committee was now going to be the place where water issues were heard as well as natural resources, that perhaps there was interest in by the board in having different representation on that Natural Resource Committee to have supervisors to speak to kind of the water issues as well. So we just brought this back in light of that discussion for the very thing that for the very discussion this morning. Yeah.
so just to close out the comments there, water is something that I am fairly familiar with. I'm not attending the aqua conferences, but I do follow within our water issues. It's very relevant to a lot of the environmental projects potentially, as well as housing. I wouldn't make any recommendation that we change it as it is. I think we should do our appointments as we normally do, not mid-year, but in January. So for that, I won't be supporting that recommendation. I think it's fine as is, and we redetermine later. And I will point out, I do feel like it needs to be brought up. I'm on a number of committees that do not meet and have very small scopes. I do have a chairmanship of one that has an extremely limited scope and facilitates mostly 2 buildings. And so removing this, even though we can count the number of committees on the board that we all share, and I think we try to keep that relatively egalitarian to spread out the work, it is absolutely not that way right now.
I just wanted to point out that I've kind of taken the lead in mentoring our new analyst for this in light of the fact that we don't have the consultant to do so. And the 2 people on this board that know the most about water right now are the people that were involved last year and continue to be involved this year. And that's why I made the decision that I made. So I'll call for the vote.
So, just to,
Go ahead.
and I'm in the position where we have 3, extremely talented, extremely capable supervisors that all have a deep interest in this as an issue. I'm on the outs because I am interested in water as an issue, but I'm not desirous to be on the committee. We've discussed this a number of different times, and I know we've gone through several iterations. I thought part of what we had agreed to in the past was Supervisor Brandon representing the community, the committee, and that was part of the pathway we had chosen to move forward. We've taken several votes on it. Some I've supported, some I haven't. I'm just trying to make sure, it is the purview of the chair, and I respect that, and I'll support whatever the chair desires, but I just think we need to make sure we're being consistent about how about sticking to what we decided in the past. So I take your point that you need to have the same person on Natural Resources Committee as you do water to avoid that Brown Act issue. But I want to see us be fair with this. And I will say, Supervisor Brandon, I also am on some committees that don't meet very often and don't have a lot of influence. So I don't know that that's not unique for you. I don't think. I think we all have committees that don't meet very frequently. So I don't feel that that's like a target. I think that's just part of the job. But I'm just trying to make sure that we've made changes to the committee makeup itself, and that we can move that forward, and that there isn't any bad feelings about that. I don't know if that's possible.
Well, and I hear you on that, Supervisor Campbell. That was part of what made this decision very hard. My highest priority right now is getting our analyst for natural resources off the ground well this calendar year. Now, these Supervisor Brandon could very well be part of the water and natural resources next year in January. It's going to be a new chairman of the board, and those decisions will, be with him. But in light of the fact that we don't have somebody that is going to be mentoring the natural resources analyst, I feel we need to do our very best to get him off the ground and properly trained. And so that would be with the two people that have been representing water. And because of the Brown Act, those two people have to be on the natural resources. That's my main concern at this point. So I will call for a vote, making a motion that we already approved the natural resources configuration, right? So that we approve the chair's recommendation for the remainder of this calendar year, which is through December. And do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Half, seconded by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
Okay, so that carries 3-1. And we'll move on to our next agenda item. Thank you very much. Okay, number 5. Oh, wait a minute. No, we have an 11 o'clock, don't we? Well, wait a minute. Now, I think what we want to do, if it's okay with our 11 o'clock appointment, which she's nodding yes, I think we're going to finish our couple of county 5 and 6, and then go to our 11 o'clock. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So.
Item number 5, consideration of adopting resolution 79-23, authorizing the submission of a grant to the California Strategic Growth Council's Community Resilience Center grant program for the amount of $10 million, for the construction of the Columbia Community Resilience Center, and approving a letter of support.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mo Frank, Capital Projects Director for the county. I'm here before you on an item that originally we brought to you back in early February. And it's a possibility. At that time we had to apply for 2 different kind of grant applications for the creation of a community resiliency center in the community of Columbia. And at that time, the first application that came out was from the State Department of Food and Agriculture. And that application was submitted in late February. We were supposed to hear about that grant in June, and then it was July, and then it was August, and now we're hearing that we won't hear from them until September sometime. So in the meantime, the second grant for the creation of community resiliency centers has been released, and that's through the California Strategic Growth Council. And hard to believe, we started on this project with the community over a year ago. We knew these grants applications were about to come about, And we really wanted to start to work with the community, and ask them about a CRC. And we started first with, is there a need for another CRC in this community? And through town hall meetings with various first responder participants, with agencies and organizations that might be our partners, staff started meeting with them and ask them that first question. And absolutely, they said yes. They see the value in the concept of a community resiliency center, and they think that a third one in the county, especially in that location strategically, it's nice because we have the other two in south part of the county, up north part of the county, if you will, and then this one will be in the south part of our county. Then the second question we asked them is specifically, what types of programs and services would you like to see in these facilities? And we got a great list of services and programs they wanted to see. From that, we then Eric Aiken and I went back and started working with those agencies and talking to specific agencies in the community about what are they willing to do. Do they see a value in this? Would it be a facility that they would then use to bring programs and services out to this facility and provide them to the community? It was interesting. We used the same processes we developed in the original CRCs in asking the community what this CRC would look like, because each CRC is unique to the community in which it's going to reside. And for the community, from the community surveys we did and the town hall meetings, they really were looking for a place that was a safe place to go during an emergency, that was a place for the young and the young at heart could go for recreational activities, and a place where they could get services and programs and training. And for them, their vision of the Columbia CRC was to create a more resilient community by constructing and operating a facility dedicated to fitness, wellness, and health. So this CRC will have a different feel, a different look, and will be providing different programs in the county. One thing to, not necessarily to remind your board, but to remind the community, we don't have any open gyms in the whole county. If we want to put on a recreational program, for example, or a league, or do a tournament, Tuolumne County Recreation is having to then go out and rent space from another entity, even if it's available or we can afford it. So with that, as I mentioned before, in February, we submitted the first grant application. I was hoping to hear about it because then, quite frankly, it would have saved me a lot of grief and aggravation in submitting this next grant application. The application itself is a beast. This is only, I would say, about a third of the application. It's over 22 documents that need to be submitted. And in the ways that this grant is different from the first one that we submitted, is the following ways. In this grant, the Strategic Growth Council had 3 different types of grants we could have applied for. We could have applied for a planning grant, a project development grant, or an implementation grant. And we're ready for it. We have a building on that, the old Armory building that needs to be rehab, needs a lot of TLC. We'll just leave it at that. And so we're set for submitting an implementation grant for this one. Second of all, the money that they have for the development of CRCs, they actually have already received the Strategic Growth Council 3 rounds of funding. And in this first round of funding, they estimate for the implementation grants, they're going to award somewhere between 8 and 9 grants. The other difference is that the county needs to commit to the CRC being run as a CRC for 15 years. This is basically no different than any of our CDBG projects in which we have to commit to a 10-year commitment to run it and operate the facility. The maximum grant award is $10 million. So there is a gap. As your board most likely remembers, when we submitted this CDFA grant, we applied for 14.2 million. And so there is a gap in what the community and what we want to do as far as the old armory building and what we would do to match that grant or that get that gap would be to go and look for other possible grant funding sources to make up for that grant differential. The other difference is one of the reasons staff is here before you today is one of the requirements is that we need to submit a letter of support and a resolution from your board supporting this project. I'm here to answer any other questions you may have. I know time's short. There's a lot in here, but we did spend significant time with you in February on this item.
Yeah, thanks for all your hard work on that last minute kind of. It's too bad that the timelines didn't, it's too bad that they overlapped and that there was no clear direction.
No.
So let's see, board members, questions? I have one. Seeing none on either side of me. Let's say we get both grants. Well, we're good at getting grants. Let's face it. Let's say we do. Is it against regulations to apply them both to the same project, or what's the deal?
Not at all. Your staff is prepared to be able to, the way the grants were written, to augment them and add amenities to the facility. The CRC, the Armory building, and the site contains 4 acres. And so there's plenty of other items that we could add to that site that would go a long way in helping address what both grants want to do is making it a CRC for emergency purposes, and then also add recreational opportunities and address climate impacts from climate change. So we're ready to go. That would be the best of both worlds, and staff has their fingers crossed.
All right. Well, thank you. And Supervisor Kirk does have a question.
Yeah, on the facility, have we ever found out how much it would cost? Like, say we didn't do the grant, how much it would cost to fix that facility? Do we have any idea to fix it up to make it usable?
It's when the building assessment, we didn't ask for a cost estimate in regards for the repairs, but in the building assessment that was conducted, the HVAC system needs to be ripped out and redone. There's nothing in that building that's up to code. It doesn't meet ADA standards. The plumbing needs to be redone. The electrical system is outdated. We need a new roof. I can keep going on and on. I will tell you, it's at least several $1,000,000. I would say somewhere between 4 and 5, maybe even more. It needs a lot of TLC. You know, we have chip paint, we have asbestos tiles that need to be removed and mitigated. I don't know how in their current state. One of the things that the CAO, Riggs and I are working on right now for your board is a list of all the capital projects that we have contemplated or need to do in the next several years, and that we brought back to your board. But with that list already, the Armory building doesn't even fall that high on the priority list. And so there would be no other way we could.
It would be expensive to fix, but there's no priority to address it at this time or into the future. It's been sitting for
It's lower on our
how
priority.
many years has it
right
been
now.
sitting out there, basically?
I'm sorry, what?
How long has it been sitting unused?
Well, over the years, so it was bought in, I believe, 95, 94 or 95, the airport fund bought the facility and the acreage. And over the years, it's been used as a mechanic shop, a computer warehouse. I think a drag racer used it to store some of their equipment and some of their cars there. Most recently, as your board is aware, we used it as a farmery.
Yeah.
And so I believe it's been 2 years that it's been sitting vacant.
And then my last question is, if we were to apply for these grants and get them, could we utilize it for any office space for county staff to get out of any sort of rent? Like, is there any way to create it to where it could be utilized?
Yes, so
Right.
this one doesn't have as
It's just a big open gym.
let me see. This one, Staff is really hoping for the CDFA grant because there's very few restrictions, very few. For the Strategic Growth Council, there are a lot of requirements, but neither one of those grants has a requirement like what we had through NDRC regarding not having governmental space on that site. So a natural one would be to, for example, would be to have part of recreation staff move over there. And that might
So we could
them.
potentially get out of rents and put staff in there.
Well,
That
you don't
makes-
have a lot of room there. If you looked at the floor plan, there's only 3 or 4 offices. There's total of 4 offices there, and you would want at least one dedicated. If you didn't move part of recreation over there, and you didn't rent out some of the other offices, then you would have at least 3 office spaces that you could use for county staff.
Okay.
But then you would be missing out on, again, trying to balance out, trying to make as much revenue as you possibly can to make this as sustainable as possible, then we lose out on that rent from other agencies.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk, if I could just weigh in on your question about the, moving staff out of rented buildings. Remember, we have very few rented buildings right now. We have Health and Human Services. No way would it be. Tuolumne General's not big enough, so we know that wouldn't. We're already moving our public defender's office into our Washington Street courthouse. That will eliminate that rent. Really, the only one left after that is IT, which the intent was to move them into this building. So for recreation, and library, they're not currently paying rent right
Okay.
now. It's a county building already, just to make sure that,
I'm-
that's clear.
What's going through my mind, the reason why I'm held up is because I'm trying to figure out ways to pay for this stuff. I know this has already been through the board. This is just, do we want to apply for the grant? I'm trying to figure out if I can move forward in supporting this, because when we did the CRCs, and I know there's different hangups, there's different rules that apply for Groveland and for Tuolumne. But when I was at the beginning of all of those conversations, and they took place prior to me getting on the board, but once I got on the board, my main holdup was these have to be able to support themselves. And I remember looking at the business plan and the balance sheets, and we were supposed to be positive, I think $10,000 to $15,000 a year to offset costs. Now we're 20 to 25,000 under. That was prior to COVID. Now we're $40,000 under per year after COVID. So when I apply those numbers to this, and you look at, I don't know if amortization is the right word, but you look at the economy, the numbers I come up with is if this ends up being anything similar to the other CRCs, we're going to be $300,000 in maintenance costs the next 7.5 years. And then let's just say it doubles, because everything seems to double every 5 or 6 years. There's going to be another 600,000. So we're going to be, in my mind, we're going to be $900,000 into this in 15 years to maintain it, which the reason why I'm asking these questions is because $900,000 is a lot cheaper than fixing it up for 4 or 5 million. But if we're not even using the building, I'm just trying to weigh the costs as far as between the 3 CRCs. Are we going to be at basically $2.5–3 million over the next 15 years in maintaining buildings? I don't know if it's, I'm based on my past experience at the CRCs, I'm struggling moving forward with this one, because I don't see unless we have great plans on fixing it up and selling it or using it for something else to pay for it. I just see us opening up $1 million tap the next 15 years. And
I just want to remind your board that your board controls that. Your board decided to reduce the hourly rate that people would pay for the CRCs, and that's what created the net cost moving forward. So again, if your board decides or future board decides that you want these to be net zero, the board has that control. You just have to know you're going to charge more for these facilities to take place. Same thing with Standard Park. We don't charge the full rate out there either. This one is more focused for families and children as opposed to the CRCs, which are community driven. But your board sets the rates and we bring those to you, and your board made the decision to not charge the full rate for the CRC. So I just want to make sure that you understand and remember that that is under board control.
Yeah, I think we need to. You're saying our board changed the schedule for the other CRCs to make it $40,000 instead of plus 15.
Yes, your board chose to.
Because we're not even up and running on both of them.
They are up and running. Your board chose to fund up to $100,000 per year to run the two, to reduce the hourly rate to the members who would rent the facility. And that was
Okay.
what this board voted on.
I'll have to go back and check my vote on that.
$75 an hour to 56
Okay.
per zone.
So, and I guess that's something that if we have a bad budget year, we'll have to revisit.
Are, are we into comments now or?
Question, comment. Yeah,
Was that a question?
question and it turned into a comment. So,
Okay. Supervisor Campbell.
I don't have any questions for staff. I just had a different perspective
sure.
to share.
So let's go to the public and then come back for the comments. See if there's a public comment out there on this Resilience Center.
I kind of feel like I'm the only one here today. In response to Supervisor Kirk, I think we've already spent the time and effort to fill out the grant money. So it's no skin off your nose to apply for the grant, and then you'll have to make decisions after that. But I saw the building this weekend when I went to the airport day. I mean, it's just sitting there kind of rotting. And we talked about moving out of buildings and all, well, that's $62 million. And now you want to build, the sheriff wants a new building. Well, that's 32 million. So that's 100 million right there that we really can't afford. So if we're not going to put a resiliency center in there, maybe we should find a way to move the sheriff out there, because there should be enough sophisticated communication equipment with the airport there. And I'm assuming that little part of Columbia has some broadband and internet service. So I've been to some of the meetings out there and I saw what the citizens want. And it's just sitting there. And I don't think we have to buy. Do we have to buy it from the airport fund?
You own it.
Because if we don't have to pay anything to buy it, then we might as well find a way to make it work for us.
Thank you. Would you like to come up and answer that question?
Sure. The question that was posed is the property that the Armory building sits on was purchased through airport funds. And so it would be the county general fund that would then purchase that property for it. What staff has done is put that cost into the grant application.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, I will bring it back. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I take Supervisor Kirk's comments, and I understand that, and I'm sure Supervisor Brandon will have some opinions about this as well. But the way I look at it, whether we move forward with this grant application, whether we try to do something else with it, whether we do nothing with it, there is going to be a cost associated with it. For example, if we do nothing, we don't apply for the grant, no money comes in and it stays and the roof caves in, the county is going to be on the hook to do something to repair that, or bulldoze it or get rid of the refuse. One way or another, there's going to be a cost. And just accepting that's a fact, that there will be a cost associated with this. But if we look at this, yes, there could be costs depending on what this board, or as staff said, future boards decide to do with the rent, the fee schedule. There could be costs to the county, but there's also a $10 million investment in our county. And so if we're talking about, I tend to think that that estimate was a little high, but even if we say that it could be upwards of $600,000, it's $600,000 into a $10 million investment. Whereas if we allow it to rot and the roof collapses, there's no net investment, and it is still going to cost the county $600,000 or more to clean it up. So, and the comment from the public is taken well, that, this is a grant application. We don't even know if we're going to get it. So it's still a big question mark about whether or not this is going to be successful in the first place. So why not try it? And then that decision is going to come at some point. Really, what do we do with it? How much money is it really going to cost? All those things we don't really have answers to yet. And if the money doesn't come in, then there's no point in even asking the question. But if the money does come in, then I think some of your concerns, that is more the time to really hone in and address it. But my feeling is that, there's a CDBG grant. This qualifies. It's open. We have a grant application ready. Why not try it? You know, it's not going to hurt us to try it at this point.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon, this one is in your district.
Yes, it is. Great, thank you. I really want to emphasize the building in particular. If you have not been out to the building, this is not just deferred maintenance. It's not paint chips. The paint is coming down in dinner plate sized sheets off the outside of the building. The windows are in all different types of states of issues. The insulation's falling down in 5 places in the ceiling, large, carpet size, desk sized pieces. There's water damage onto the roof, and we know how expensive roofing projects can be. And this is currently on our docket. I mean, this is something that we're going to have to pay for, whether it falls in and we have to demolish it, which would be a waste, or we have to go in and repair it at our cost. So to me, this is very financially smart. I'd say first, we've approved the other CRCs. We've set the fee schedule. We've set the staff. That is what we have done. So any costs there, we're the one that created and approved that plan for it. But it was also a first of its kind of thing in the state. Now they're building off that model. There's opportunities to, I think, learn from those in developing this one that would lower that cost and be able to operate better just because it's round 2. Second, we've already approved it. We've already written the grant. And adding more funds to it actually makes it more financially sustainable. It makes it a better center. It has more amenities. It has more use to the community, more use to the county. It wouldn't make sense to lose out on free money that can improve a project that allows us to have a storage unit for sheds or for cots. That we have 0 cots, as an example. We rely completely on Red Cross in any type of an event or any other number of things. So third, the cost in writing the grant and the staff time is already spent on it. And it would also have co-benefits to the airport. Correct me if I'm wrong, that grant would be putting money into the airport fund that then could be used for airports, correct? So it's an infusion of cash right at the same time that we are looking at doing a study to see where we can improve things. And we don't want to have a study come back with recommendations for hangar space and other revenue generating things that pay themselves off in a short amount of time. This could feasibly generate a ton of secondary money through that. It would also be allowing us to have potential staff space, and I would explore that at all the CRCs if we're looking at it. But also school space next door. They are 10% larger this year in their student body. They may need to rent out some type of space. The park has needs there. I've spoken with them, and this is a larger space than the other CRCs. So if we look to use it as a county or a business or an educational facility, even a Columbia College partnership, it is a very large lecture hall business. We can even see commercial activity like the Farmery, and the Farmery did very well and generated a lot of money. That's something that this facility is suited to that the other 2 CRCs are not. I think it has the potential for commercial activity. That area is somewhat blighted, and we're looking at one that's right next to another capital project that's very near and dear to the community, the Columbia Pool, which is squarely in the county's lap, and it has been filled with rainwater and unavailable for years. Being able to build up that area and next to the airport, I think can generate more sales tax opportunity. There's businesses operating out of there. We'd see more businesses want to come in. And I think that would be a benefit. I think the same idea was applied to an extent to Tuolumne, where there's a lot of vacant land there, that is going to be a cornerstone of potential future development and opportunities coming in. I also wanted to just bring up too that Columbia, amongst when we've done some of the studies in opioids and health outcomes, is one of the lowest rated. Sorry if I'm boring you. Yeah. But we've got Soulsbyville and Columbia with the opioid stuff. Ended up being 2 of the heaviest impacted communities with some of the lowest health outcomes in the entire county, and would benefit the most from having those services which by and large, whether it's nonprofit or county or ATCA, don't really exist in that area. Everybody has to commute to Sonora for it, including a lot of the seniors in like Columbia Sky. So I think there's a lot of benefits to it, but the big thing is we're taking a liability and turning it into a huge asset. And there's a little cost to that. I'm committed to figuring out how we can make that sustainable, the same as I think we should do with the other 2 centers. But I think it's disingenuous to CRC for me, not for thee. We approve it for these 2 areas and we are subsidizing it, but then to not approve it for another area because there is a similar cost. I think we should move forward, but we should solve that issue for all of them, and that's appropriate. And I'm there for that conversation. So I hope you support this. I think it's a no-brainer.
Thank you.
Um,
Supervisor Kirk.
yeah, to say I'm disingenuous is completely off. If you go back and you watch the videos, I was actually against both CRCs until I was given a business plan that showed that we would be positive. CRCs are built, now we're negative. So I am learning from history that, when we say this is a 15-year plan, it's not a 15-year plan, it's a 100-year plan. These buildings will be around for 100 years. So we're going to be paying on them for 100 years. And so I have to take all that into consideration, especially when we have the fairgrounds nearby. It's so me just chewing on numbers is not being disingenuous, Jaren. It's part of my job, fiduciary responsibility. So I understand that today we're saying that this is just to move forward with the grant application, but we know that if it's awarded, we're going to move forward. What I'm saying is if it's awarded and we're going to move forward, I'm not going to repeat the idea that we're going to come up ahead when it's going to cost the taxpayers money to fund these things moving forward. So what I'm saying, Jaren, is if you want my support, you need to work with staff in your community. We got to do the best we can as a board to make sure that there's community engagement, to make sure that they're covering the cost of that. Because if I don't have a business, I kind of want to revisit the plan for the other CRCs, because the fact that we are maybe I was a no vote on that, so I just need to go back and get the minutes on that. But I'm really concerned about when we do have the sheriff's office, when we do have debts, we're doing a lot of shuffling. I'm thinking of boards and future folks ahead of me. It's going to be a multi to probably tens of $1 million investment over the course of the next 50 to 100 years to pay for these spaces if they're not being utilized properly. So it's not disingenuous. It's our fiduciary responsibility. And if I could go back on the other CRCs and know where I was going to be today, I wouldn't have built them. So that's where I stand.
All right, I'd like to weigh in. What's before us today is approving a grant and knowing that there's already another grant that's in process for the same facility. And we can't go back and change anything for the prior two CRCs, but we can learn from that, and we can budget and build better for this current CRC if it gets built. And if it gets built, it's dependent upon the grants. So that's the main point I wanted to make, that we are here to decide on the grants, and it will be up to us or future boards to decide how to go about making them pay for themselves. Now, this particular resilience center is different from the other two, and it's a lot more community oriented, family oriented in that, and it almost looks like a totally different animal from the two other CRCs. And I think it's much needed for that area. All the checklists that you had, Supervisor Brandon, of all the benefits and all the good things that would come about if we get those grants, or at least one of them, I totally agree with. And I think the people in that area, plus Sonora, it's so close to Sonora, I think it would be good for recreational use for a wide swath of people. And I think if there's a way to build it, we'll come up with a way to finance it and to make sure that it fits within our county budget as time goes on. But to say at this point, no, I think is premature. So I will be voting for it. And with that, I will ask who would like to make a motion.
I'll make the motion. Let me pull it up because I normally never read the thing, but this is particularly cool. I'd like to make the motion to adopt Resolution 7923, authorizing the submission of a grant to the California Strategic Growth Council's Community Resilience Center grant program for the amount of $10 million for the construction of the Columbia Community Resilience Center, and approving a letter of support.
And I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I support, but we got to have a good business plan if we get that if we get that grant.
So
Or yes.
support. Okay. So, and no abstentions. So that carries 4-0. Thank you. Yes. Mo.
I would just like to say one thing is for your board to remember the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Center. When we opened up that facility, we were so grateful to be able to have a facility in which we weren't taking kids from Reading down to Bakersfield. And it took us a while, but we now have a very extremely excessive, positive, state of the art building that people are coming to us, and we've made that facility sustainable. So you have an incredible staff that work for you and work for the community. And give us a year or two, and I tell you, we will be making these CRCs as sustainable as possible and not be a burden on the general fund as we had promised. So just give us a little time. We're getting there. Thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing what our recreation program can be with a facility like this.
Eric,
Thank you.
Mo, just want to say thank you for all the work too in this. I mean,
Yeah.
it's an immensely complicated thing. I actually had the opportunity to meet with the Strategic Growth Council, and just for the public's benefit, I know we're aware we're a model for the entire state for this program based on the work that you did, because this is such a great idea and it didn't exist before. And I'm really proud we're moving forward with this, and you should be proud. I think this board's proud of you for all the work too. It's immense, and you do it amazingly well.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Heather, if you can read item number 6, please.
Item number 6, consideration of providing direction on transferring the Tuolumne Lighting District to the proposed Tuolumne Community Service District.
Okay. Good morning, Tracy Riggs,
Good
County
morning.
Administrator's Office. And it is still morning. I had to check that.
Yep.
So this item before you today is something that has been in the works for a very long time. I mean, a really long time. And there have been a lot of questions that we have been trying to gather from PG&E. And as you will see in the memo, which I know can be a bit confusing, we at times still we receive conflicting information. However, as of last Friday, received an email that is also conflicting to what we received before, but is the most recent. So, as you're aware, the Tuolumne Sanitation District and the Tuolumne Parks and Rec District signed a resolution to join and merge and become a community services district. Part of that was to include the Tuolumne County or Tuolumne Lighting District. And what we were trying to determine for staff so that we could provide guidance and a recommendation to the board is, are there any unintended consequences that could be negative to the ratepayers in that area should the board take such action to move the lighting district into the newly formed CSD? And when I say we received conflicting, during a phone call, we asked a question about the rate. And then subsequently, John Ferriani and Dave Andrus, who are both with Tuolumne Sanitation, received an email that was conflicting to what we all received verbally during that phone call. What I want to tell you is, should the rate be any higher than what they're charged now, which we're not positive that it would be, we do believe that it's a negligible amount and really immaterial, so that the lighting district pays the electricity bill for the lighting, the power that takes place in that area. And I will tell you, as John and Blossom and Kim are listening to me, I am not the expert here, and they know way more about this. I'm just the one that's trying to put all this together. The next component was in 2019, the board at that time signed a resolution creating an undergrounding district that we could use the Rule 28 credits to do some improvements in the Tuolumne Lighting District area. It's about $8.1 million is what was in that resolution. There are these Rule 28 credits. So what happened was, in my conversation with John, who felt like maybe we didn't have the right information, I did reach out to Alicia Standback with PG&E in writing, and she responded in writing saying that that she does not feel that if the board were to transfer the lighting district to a newly formed CSD, that it would cause any harm or negative impacts, meaning that project could still continue. I do want your board to know that previously she provided something a little bit different to Blossom and to Kim. So that's why you have your staff kind of waffling here, because we don't always feel like we're getting consistent messaging from PG&E on this. But in the last email that I did share with county council as well, Alicia Standback did say she had ran it by legal and by tariff, and that the county could still utilize the Rule 28 credits, the $8.1 million or approximate, to do that project, even if the board were to transfer the lighting district to the newly formed CSD. Now, to back up a little bit, no matter what your board decides, if you decide today to go ahead and transfer the lighting district, none of that would happen until and if the new CSD is formed. And I say that because as you're aware, there could be action taken tomorrow from TPRD that may change that resolution. Doesn't mean it couldn't still move forward, this merger and the CSD, but it could take a bit longer. And and I can defer to Chris here with County Council, and I'm just going to highlight what Sarah told me. Should TPRD decide to rescind their resolution tomorrow to merge with the CSD, with Tuolumne Sanitation, LAFCO could still vote that this item could go before LAFCO. LAFCO could vote that this merger does need to happen. The next action they could take is one of those affected parties could protest, and if they protest, then it goes to a vote. All of that to say that's outside of the board's purview and anything that I'm working on, just to kind of give you an idea of what that might look like. All of that the lighting district does not actually transfer until that new CSD is formed. What we're looking for is John Ferriani and Dave Andrus had given us a draft revenue sharing agreement some time ago. There's some what I call more administrative or clerical things we need to clean up. Like we're not a charter county, we're general law. Those are easy things that we can provide for cleanup. But the lighting district, we need board authority as to whether you want that included in that or not. So what we are looking for from your board today is, does your board want to transfer the Tuolumne Lighting District to the new Tuolumne Community Services District, should one form? And I do know that John is here, and of course you have Blossom and Kim here as well to speak to any of that. And then Quincy is here if you have questions about process, about LAFCO, as is Chris as well. So thank you.
All right. So questions for Ms. Riggs to start off with from the board.
I just want to clarify.
Supervisor Kirk.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, the direction today is, do we want to transfer to them should they form a CSD? Because if they don't form a CSD, then it's kind of a moot point, correct?
Correct. And then we would, meaning we, mostly county council, would help do the appropriate language into the revenue sharing agreement that will return back to both TPRD and TSD for them to make the final edits.
Okay. So if the board move forward, they form a CSD, it goes to them. If we didn't move forward today, they form a CSD, then it would still come back at a future date to have this conversation again, decision?
I'm sorry, if they don't form a CSD, then it would not move forward, and it would.
Right, but if they, but say like, because I'm kind of playing devil's advocate. If the board didn't take an action, they didn't move forward, but then they had their meeting, they form a CSD, this item would still have to come back.
Correct.
At a few, okay.
As long as it's something that they are pursuing, and it's my understanding they are, based on conversations, then yes, we would have to bring it back before that revenue sharing agreement could be drafted and provided back to them.
All right, that's my only question.
So one way or other, your board would need to give us a decision at some point.
I don't have any questions. Well, one question I have. So this is, and you did mention it. This is going to come up before TPRD tomorrow as an issue, whether or not to proceed on, right?
Yes, based on the agenda that we saw posted, there is a point of conversation or agenda language for that.
And I'll just say at the outset that I'm not super. I don't think we should go too far into a discussion about this, for the point that Supervisor Kirk made, that this is going to be discussed at TPRD tomorrow, and so maybe we shouldn't go too far down the conversation right now. If that's just a suggestion that I'm making, that maybe we defer a decision today until a later point when we have a definitive answer from TPRD. I'll just put that out there.
I think the question before us is whether our part is the county manages the Tuolumne Lighting District. And I'd kind of want Kim's take on this, Kim McFarland, if she would please come up and if you're neutral or have some.
Well, based on
interest
the
one way or
latest
the other.
information from PG&E, we're neutral.
Yeah.
It was before when we had different information that we felt to protect the ratepayers that they would have the advantage of staying with us. So this new information, I'd say we're neutral.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from the questions from the board? Let's go to the public and then come back for our comments so we can hear from them first. So this is the time for the public to come forward on this matter. Don't be shy.
Hi, my name is John Feriani. I'm the board president of the Tuolumne City Sanitary District. Unfortunately, my general manager, Dave Andrews, is ill today and could not be here. Also, other speakers were here earlier, and the length of everything, they couldn't speak. The Tuolumne community over the past 30 years has suffered a tremendous amount of lost opportunities, lost money, millions of dollars because of mismanagement of the 5 special districts: Tuolumne City Sanitary District, Tuolumne Park and Rec District, Tuolumne Fire District, Tuolumne Lighting District, Carter Cemetery District. And some of these problems continue today and others could reoccur in the future. At this point, we're trying to form a CSD with the lighting district. This started years and years ago. We met with the Board of Supervisors at that time. They promised it no problem. So we assumed that would be what we'd like to have done, because the rates are paid by the community of Tuolumne. In the past, I used to go around in October and count up the street lights that were out, call the county, have them come in and call PG&E, fix the lights. Now we have these great LED lights. Our electric bills like $275 to $300 a month. Not sure yet what the county charges to administer it, but there is a substantial reserve fund in the lighting district that we would like to manage in a local CSD. I think the losses that came over the past 30 years were done mostly because of the district's board's lack of knowledge of protocol and the laws, staff mismanagement, and some special self-interests and embezzlements. And I think that a community service district in our community, it's very clear that it would be very helpful to our community. We would give one point of contact. I could go on and on, but I'm going to run out of time. Also, at the sanitary district, I took it over about 10 years ago. We were $1.5 million in debt. Now we have about $3.5 million reserves. We did get a loan, 40-year, 2%. We have 800,000 of us unassigned money that we receive about another 85,000 a year that we could use to benefit the community. We really need a CSD to facilitate that. And there's a lot of other reasons, staff cross-training, a lot of things that would help our community. And I'm baffled why there's opposition to it. And I think a lot of misinformation's been put out, plus false information. And if anybody would like to have any correct information, I think it would be important to research it for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with John, and I think I got involved about 10 years ago or whenever Dave Andrews went out there. And they clearly need a community services district, but there's a lot of them that don't want to give up their little part of the fiefdom. So I'm looking for leadership from the District 3 supervisor, and I didn't think Evan provided enough. So I am looking to Supervisor Kirk to take some leadership in this issue. And until you have some facts, it seems kind of premature. I agree with Supervisor Campbell to make a decision today when, well, this might happen, that might happen. We don't know about this. We don't know about that. I think you need some more definitive facts before you make a decision.
Thank you.
Hello, Quincy Yaley.
Welcome.
Today as LAFCO Executive Officer in this moment. I just wanted to clarify the process a little bit further. A consolidation or formation of a CSD takes one way to do it is resolutions from districts. And at a minimum, it takes 2. So if one entity withdraws their resolution, then we only have one resolution and the application cannot go forward. So if tomorrow night there is a withdrawal of that resolution, then the project will no longer be a project. And the only way it would go forward is if another entity such as the county passed a resolution to consolidate the lighting district into a CSD, or if LAFCO initiated that consolidation. And just to make sure really clear that even if the direction today to the county is to include the lighting district, LAFCO cannot act until there is a tax revenue sharing agreement. And the applicants were told over a year ago that we needed that tax revenue sharing agreement. And I know they've been working with it and with the county on that. So even if the direction is to include the lighting district in the proposed CSD, until the county approves a tax revenue sharing agreement for whatever entities are involved, the project is stalled. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there somebody from the back of the room that wanted to come forward? No? Okay. So we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for your comments. Go ahead. Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. So I want to thank Kim, Blossom, Tracy, everybody for meeting with John and folks from Tuolumne who've been having this conversation. I was brought into it, I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago. Actually, the conversation about the CSD has been, like John said, Supervisor Royce, probably even before then. When I came in, one of my campaign questions is, do you support a CSD? And so I did my research, and really the conversation, we got to make sure we're putting out on the table what our role is and what's going on. The CSD conversation is a conversation happening between the districts in Tuolumne area. So as supervisors, we don't control whether there's a formation or not. Do I support CSD? Do I support lower level local governments? Absolutely. I think the CSD model is the way to go, especially in light of understanding the history of some of the districts in that community. So Carol, yes, I have been supporting CSDs. I've been to some of their town halls, spoken, but again, that conversation, that decision is between those boards in that community. So that process needs to take place, and I completely respect it, whether people agree with me or not. This item has been going back and forth. It's been very frustrating, I think, for everybody involved, because he said, she said, and then that changes a little bit. And so today, finally, what we're getting is, after going round and round, is it's not going to hurt the ratepayers. There's not going to be an issue with Rule 28, like Kim had stated. They're neutral, because our main goal, my main concern, and their main concern is, do we hurt the ratepayers? Since we know we don't, I fully support, like I said, any form of smaller localized government, which this would do. It would put it back in, it would put it into their hands, make it more centralized. But again, that is only if they form a CSD. So I get the perception that it's a little premature. I think I don't know if it's because they're waiting on us to make a decision that's going to change their decision. That's not up to me. That's I think something that might be going on. But what we have been diligent as far as our side and the county side and rigs and whatnot, is making sure that we're not harming the ratepayer, and that we're getting those 2 questions answered. And through county council, she confirmed we're not. So to me, whether it's today or if it's in a few months, whenever we have this conversation, I completely support the idea of handing over the lighting district. That's why I brought up the point. If they decide tomorrow or whenever that vote is, maybe, and again, this keeps getting pushed off. This conversation has been going on for 5 years. So I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow if some new bunny comes out of the hat and it's it's pushed off again. Today, what I would like to resolve is, do we as a board support the idea that if they form a CSD, we'll let them take over that district. I completely support it. When that conversation is going to take place, like we said, it might be tomorrow, it could be pushed back. But I think it's important for just the lighting district and the folks who are having the CSD conversation to know that as far as the lighting district goes, nobody in that district is going to be harmed. It's a neutral point on our end, so I would support it moving forward. If ratepayers were going to be harmed, if there was going to be any sort of questionable actions that county council brought up or PG&E, absolutely, I'm not gonna be a part of that. But we've had those two questions answered, so I feel confident moving forward. And I'd like to get this year and a half worth of discussion kind of coming to an end, and just give some direction as far as if we would hand that over. So sorry, you guys asking questions?
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
Any questions? Feel free to ask.
Supervisor Brand.
Great, thank you. This was something when I was on LAFCO for the first 2 years, we did have come up a couple of times. Generally, I'm supportive of the idea of CSDs. I think it's an opportunity even within my district. I see that. Specific to the lighting district, I think it is premature because tomorrow the whole thing could be a moot point. So my recommendation first would be we table that until it's very clear that the partners, if there's votes coming up, they're in. I would say in the second case, if they all decide to stay, I do not have an issue with the lighting district being a part of it. And it is not up to us, it's up to LAFCO whether that makes sense and they move forward with incorporating a CSD. If any partners do leave that arrangement, especially these main partners, I would recommend that we would not move the lighting district to make a CSD of one real district with elected bodies and one more or less, old infrastructure district that the county manages ourselves as kind of a financing fund for that and maintenance fund, if that makes sense. So today I would recommend that we table this and we revisit it when we're sure that this is moving forward.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and as I said before, my thoughts are in line with Supervisor Brandon. The key point is that I would like to get a definitive answer from TPRD, which represents that immediate community. My concern is that if we make a judgment here on the Board of Supervisors today, it might influence the decision that that group needs to make tomorrow. And really, it should be that community telling us what to do rather than us telling them what to do. That's the way I feel about it. If the vote comes back and there's a desire to transfer the lighting district at that level, then comes back to the board and we can vote on that. If it doesn't, then it's a moot point and it ends there. Or there are other, it would have to go to LAFCO or go to some other area. So that's my feeling. I don't think we're in a position where I don't think we should be taking a position on it until we hear from TPRD.
I've got a disconnect here, a slight brain disconnect. If all we're doing is approving, should they decide to go forward, that we would offer the lighting district from the county. Is that correct?
That is correct, but you may remember what Quincy Yaley just told your board, that should the board, and Supervisor Brandon kind of alluded to this a little bit, your board transferring the lighting district to go into the CSD, those two entities, Tuolumne Sanitation and the Tuolumne Lighting District, are enough to create a CSD. So if you took action today, whether or not TPRD were to rescind their resolution, they would still be able to form, they would need that revenue sharing agreement, which would speak to the transfer of the lighting district from the county to the newly formed CSD. But just to be clear, and Quincy can get up and talk about that process again, but what she had just told us was those two entities alone, the lighting district by transfer from the County Board of Supervisors and Tuolumne Sanitation, are enough to create a community services district.
And we'd want to make sure that Tuolumne Sanitation and Parks and Rec were in on this. Is that?
You don't have to have Tuolumne Parks and Recs and Tuolumne Sanitation. You just need two entities coming together.
Right.
It's up to your board. If what you're saying is you want to see two special districts come together before you transfer the lighting district, that's a little bit of a different conversation.
And that sounds like what Supervisor Brandon and Supervisor Campbell are saying.
That's what I heard.
So that is a different perspective. We have a local, we have a local, if we're clear to hand over the lighting district, however their vote goes tomorrow, it's irrelevant, because if we allow them to take the lighting district, they can form their CSD in a nutshell. Okay. So I mean, I'm just repeating what everybody has said, that we all either have CSDs in our district or we support CSDs. So I think a way that we could say that we support the idea of CSDs is if we're not harming constituents and the ratepayers, let that be administered at the lowest local level, which is a CSD, which I'm completely supportive of any lowest level local government. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but yeah, that makes it even easier for me to move forward, because we all support CSDs and it's an opportunity to support them.
Well, just kind of going along those same lines, though, I think what we're saying is that we shouldn't even be weighing in on this as a subject yet, because while you can say we support CSDs conceptually, it should be the citizens of this community that decide whether they want a CSD rather than the Board of Supervisors. Now, if they come to us and say that that's what they want, I think that's a pretty strong argument that those are our marching orders. But to make that decision before they've had a chance to weigh in with the representatives from TPRD, I think we're getting the cart before the horse. Like there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not CSDs are a good thing, whether we support them or not. I don't even want to get into that right now for me personally, because I want to know what that community comes back to us with.
Can I just clarify what would be the two? It would be utilities or lighting district, and which one was it? Cemetery? Or I'm not.
Well,
I'm sorry.
sanitation.
Sanitation. Okay.
Right.
So, and I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that the other. We got to make sure we're clear. To conform, that doesn't mean that Parks and Recs has to join. It doesn't mean that Fire has to join. It doesn't mean that Cemetery has to join. They still have their local boards. So what we're saying, what we're giving approval for, is for the two that would like to form, we're giving that lighting district over so that they can form. If the others don't want to be part of that CSD, they absolutely can still do that.
I want to agree with Supervisor Campbell and maybe clarify like my perspective on basically the same point. LAFCO is an independent decision-making body about the efficient delivery of services and whether consolidation is needed. It has nothing to do with our board. Because while I mentioned I, in concept, support CSDs, there's a lot of asterisks and details on that. And at the end of the day, it's not up to us. It's up to LAFCO. For our decision on this, I just think it's way too early to weigh in on it whatsoever, because I'm not taking a pro or con position on that. I don't even want to get into it as this board. I want LAFCO to make a neutral decision on it. But this to me is just putting the cart before the horse. If that makes sense. I'm not saying go forward with the project, let's do everything. I'm not taking a position on it because that's not our job. That's our two LAFCO reps and the other five.
But Quincy, can you come up about the LAFCO piece?
It can
My
go.
understanding is it doesn't need LAFCO now.
Wait a minute. Can it come back to the board? Supervisor Campbell was suggesting it come back to the board after the sanitation and Parks and Rec have weighed in, and if they decide to join, that would be the time for us to join.
That's what I'm saying.
So that would be. It doesn't have to necessarily go to LAFCO.
Yeah,
come back to us, right?
LAFCO would be if it's not approved at the TPRD level.
Right.
Well, I guess LAFCO's. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yeah,
sure.
Go ahead, LAFCO expert.
So, as I said, it takes two resolutions from the two LAFCO eligible districts to form a CSD. So if one of the two that currently have the resolutions in were to withdraw their resolution, I only have one, so we would need a second one. And if it was your board's intent to consolidate the lighting district into a CSD, then it would come before your board and you would approve such resolution. At that time, we would you would negotiate the tax revenue sharing agreement, and then it would go to LAFCO for a decision. There are several ways a CSD can be formed. One is LAFCO initiated. Two is resolutions by various boards acting on behalf of their communities, or there's a third way with petitions and land and owner counts and property owner counts that can also initiate an application to LAFCO. So in this case, even though there's been a strong community, it's been a long time that they've been working on this. The grand jury even looked at this and recommended consolidation at some point in the past. We have 2 resolutions. So if today the Board of Supervisors thought, hey, regardless of what TPRD does, it's a good idea to consolidate the lighting district with the sanitary district, then the county would take that information, regardless of what happens tomorrow night, would then move forward with either bringing a resolution back to your board or would be bringing a final tax revenue sharing agreement back to your board with the correct contents. That's what the county and the applicant are really trying to ask you is, what should the contents of the tax revenue sharing agreement be? Should the lighting district be in that agreement, or should it not be? Hope that helps. And I'm here for questions.
For me, it's getting more and more clear. We even have, it's irrelevant what happens tomorrow. This is going to come back whether we approve or not. And then we keep talking about, we want the community to support. There's even the grand jury report suggesting it. So I don't know. I feel like we're going too many different angles with this.
Is it okay to call the question on this unless anybody's changed their mind on it? And so I would like to make a motion that we table this and bring this back after it's more clear on which partners will be joining the CSD.
But they can't even form a CSD unless we give over the lighting.
Motion has been made.
So I'll second that with the caveat that it's if it needs to come back, and not that it will come back, but that
if and when.
Yeah.
And can I make a separate motion?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we hand over the lighting district to, what is it going to be? Should a community services district. Is that correct? Am I saying that correct?
Sanitation
Council?
district, right? Yes, so it'd be, I believe, I'm gonna look, I think it's the Tuolumne Community Services District is the name of what they're forming. So that would be what would be, remember today, what you're giving direction is what, it's exactly what Quincy said.
The revenue
The
sharing.
revenue sharing agreement is what we're looking for, and that would come back to the board. But yes, it'd be, does the board want to transfer the Tuolumne Lighting District to the Tuolumne Community Services
So that would
District?
be my motion and to bring back a revenue sharing agreement if that's what's required, future date.
Do I hear a second? Okay, I think that motion fails for lack of a second. We'll go back to the first. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
So that carries 3-1-0.
Do this again.
All right, could I just ask one question for further direction? What I heard was when or if. Am I bringing this item to the next agenda no matter what the vote is tomorrow night? Or am I only bringing it if the vote is to continue with the consolidation? I need some direction on that question.
And clarify my motion, if the board agrees, was if basically one of those parties pulls out in tomorrow's meeting, that we would not bring it back.
It wouldn't come back. It can't come back.
And
That's what we're
if
handing over the.
they do stay with it, then we would bring back the discussion on the lighting district item at that time.
Is that the will of the board? Is that what?
That's fine, but just realize that's what today's vote would have done if it would have been.
We've already
yes
voted.
anyways.
It's passed.
So we're voting to do what we would have done.
So what I'm hearing is if tomorrow TPRD does vote to rescind their resolution, this item I will not put this on a future agenda.
Yes.
I just want to be clear. You guys realize it is not, if we vote yes today and they vote no tomorrow, it doesn't come back.
And
If we vote yes today and it comes back tomorrow.
Okay. We had
Or
a
Come on.
approved tomorrow, then it comes back again.
All right.
Just wasting
got
time.
other items.
So
Just
we've
wasting
got the next item, which is our 11 o'clock appointment. Is that correct, Heather? Can you please read that?
5-minute break.
Oh, yeah, let's take at least a 5-minute break. Let's take a 8-minute break. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started again. The board will return to the dais, please. And Heather, would you please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
11 a.m. presentation from Capital Public Financial Group on the formation of a community facilities district and board direction.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and I have with me Kathy Domenico with the Capital Public Finance Group, yes, who's going to be taking us through further processes of the formation of a community facilities district. Just a little background, we have been discussing this for quite a while, and in May of 2022, actually, your board received a presentation initially from our outside legal counsel on the use of a community facilities district, or CFD, as a mechanism for funding additional emergency services that are needed as a result of new development that is within Tuolumne County. CFDs are a type of special tax district, and they are formed when property owners within a geographic area agree to impose a tax on their property in order to fund needed infrastructure and service improvements. Kathy actually was here in November of 22 and presented to your board about the formation of a CFD. She talked about the types of services and improvements that could be funded with that mechanism. And then there was also some details about the process for forming a CFD. So at that discussion, your board identified a CFD as a mechanism that could satisfy. There are some conditions that have conditions of approval that were placed on 2 different developments in the Highway 120 corridor. And so your board directed that we pursue a CFD and continue looking into what the cost might be, as well as developing what we're calling a fair share fee, which is the fair share or the portion of the cost of new emergency services to support the new development. So Kathy is here today to discuss the fair share fee, as well as just kind of a highlight or high level overview of what a CFD is, the formation process. And then at the end of the presentation, we're going to be looking for some very specific direction from your board. First and foremost, we want to know if your board wants to continue down the CFD development process. And if that is a yes, then we would like to know at what rate your board would like to consider the CFD development and the fair share fee, as well as what size the CFD would be, if it would apply to the entire county, a certain portion of the county, like the Highway 120 corridor, as well as how the fee will be applied. Will it apply to commercial development as well as residential, or just commercial? And then we will look for any additional direction that your board will give us, and specifically looking for direction from your board about if you would like us to bring back an item for further consideration about imposing a condition of approval on all future development, where any new development, commercial or residential, if your board approves, would have this condition to either join a CFD, to join a CFD as a mechanism to pay their fair share for needed additional emergency services. So as I said, we will get into all of those specific questions at the end, but I'm going to turn it over to Kathy, who's going to lead you through the presentation.
Thanks, Liz. That was a great intro. And what I want to do through this presentation is give you enough information to make some of these informed decisions. The CFD rules are very complicated, but they're also very flexible. So we looked at the big picture. We looked at the development that's before you, the applications that are before you, and tried to put together what makes sense given our experience with CFDs in California, but also some of the challenges you have as a relatively rural county. And I want to put that in perspective. The public safety services costs, that's really what we're focusing in on today. The public safety services costs are relatively fixed, whether you're in Tuolumne County or in Placer County with the growing city of Roseville. So we have these public safety services costs, and we'll go through what those are. But we've got firefighters, we have ambulance that we've got to staff, we have sheriff's personnel we've got to staff. And then we have the capital fire stations, sheriff stations, capital equipment, and the apparatus. All of those are basically the similar cost, whether, again, you're in Tuolumne County or you're somewhere else, it's a more rapidly growing area. But we have a challenge locally in that we have to spread those costs over less units over less of a population. And what it creates is a situation where public agencies are often subsidizing the cost of those services. And that's what we have here. And so as we go through this, I kind of want to keep that perspective. We're trying to give you a solution, but it's not a perfect solution. There's unfunded costs because it is so expensive to provide public safety services and to provide the capital equipment and stations and all of the capital needs. So I do want to give you this, it's not a perfect world solution, but this is something that really could provide the county with a substantial funding source to help sustain long-term public safety operations. So that's what we're going to go through today. I do want to give you a little bit more background just because it's been a while since we talked about what these CFDs are. And I don't want to confuse it with CSDs or these other initials. It is also kind of like a special district, but it's not. This is a funding district. This is a taxing district. So I want to give you a little bit more background to show you what a CFD is. Then we'll focus in on implementing a CFD in Tuolumne County and some of the options there and financially what that would look like. Then give you a heads up on the legal process. Again, we talked about it before, but there is a somewhat lengthy legal process to initially form one of these CFDs. And then there's a subsequent process for future annexations that we may want to consider. We'll talk about next steps and specifically some of those questions that Liz brought up and make sure that your questions are addressed so that you can give us direction moving forward. So let's jump into the review. And I know you're running a little bit behind. I won't spend a ton of time on the review, but just want to give you the high level reminder. A CFD is a funding mechanism to augment revenues. So you collect your general property taxes and you have other tax revenues that come in. A CFD is another form of a tax revenue. It augments your existing revenue sources. It creates a special tax on property that appears on an annual tax bill. There's a lot of flexibility related to the boundaries and the tax formula, and we'll talk about that. The boundaries aren't required to be contiguous. Why is that important? Well, you could set up a community facilities district in one portion of the county, and you could annex in territory in a completely different portion of the county, as long as that area was identified as an annexation area. Think about it as kind of a sphere of influence type thing. But you could actually have an initial CFD formed with one property, and you could set your annexation area territory to be the entire boundaries of the county so that future development could then annex in. The boundaries don't need to be contiguous. It could be expanded again through these future annexations, and the improvements to be funded do not necessarily need to be located within the boundaries. So you could have a CFD formed in a particular area, and the improvements, if you're going to do capital improvements, would be funded somewhere else. You do have to have a benefit tie. You would have to tie together why those people paying for those improvements are receiving a benefit from those improvements. So you couldn't just spend the money somewhere else. Flexible tax formula. It could be based on parcel characteristics, building size, acreage, age, location, anything that you can track. The only limitation is that the tax rate cannot be based on the value of the property. So it cannot be an assessed value based mechanism. It could be a one-time tax, it could be an annual tax, it could be both. Again, there's a lot of flexibility. One of the limitations is the capital component can only be a tax of up to 40 years. There's no limitation on the operational side. And you could also choose to increase that for inflation annually. There's a variety of services that could be funded. And today we're focusing on public safety services. So what we're really talking about today is law enforcement, fire protection, and ambulance services, as well as on the capital side, fire, sheriff stations, public safety vehicles, and apparatus. But there's several things that CFDs can be used as a tool for. And we alluded to some of these back in November, and I'll talk about alternatives, maintaining our focus on the public safety services today. It can be used as a bonding mechanism. If you're going to have a capital CFD, you could bond against it and repay that loan over time with the taxes. We actually are not contemplating that right now, but that's just something that it could be used for. And it's typically a way for new development to mitigate its impacts. Essentially, there's this landowner vote scenario. If there's less than 12 registered voters, it's a landowner vote in order to impose a CFD. As such, you often see it as a condition of development where the county or city will require that a new development project will join or annex into a CFD in order to mitigate their impacts. So there's a cost. As new development occurs, in theory, it degrades the level of service you're able to provide to your existing residents. And there's a capital piece where it costs money to acquire the apparatus or to build the facilities necessary to serve that community. This is a mechanism for development to mitigate that impact. It could also be a tool for development to fund their infrastructure needs, to finance their infrastructure needs, and to finance impact fees. That isn't something we're talking about today. But Supervisor Brandon, this is something you actually brought up when we met last time, which is how could we offer a CFD as a tool for development? And there are options, and we've actually looked into a couple of options that we will be bringing back to your board. And I've got them on the slide. One is called the BOLD program, another's SKIP program. There's statewide joint powers authorities that actually provide this CFD concept as a tool for developers to say, yeah, we want to finance that infrastructure cost over a period of time, maybe 30 years, and we're going to sign up for the CFD to do that. Or instead of paying an upfront impact fee, we want to spread that burden over 30 years of property owners, and they could sign up to do it that way. That's not the main focus of our conversation today, but I do want to just acknowledge that we've looked into it and we have a couple of options that we're going to bring back to your board, because it's been used pretty successfully, especially recently in a lot of communities. So before I go into the focus, I went really quickly through the review. Do you have any questions just on the high level CFD concept before we actually dive into the details?
Just one question. So you mentioned the equating the service to the tax dollar. Are you saying, can you explain that a little bit? Is it a dollar to dollar expenditure to service provided? For example, if you had a fire truck in Groveland, does 100% of that fire truck cost have to be borne by those taxpayers and used in that area, or can it be spread out through the entire area?
It could be spread. You just need to have some identification of benefit. So that fire truck just needs to be available for those people in Groveland that are paying for it.
Okay.
But it doesn't need to be 100% of the time. There's no threshold as far as proportion. It's not like an assessment, which you might be familiar with, where you actually have to identify and quantify the benefit. There's a lot more flexibility, but there does need to be a tie. You can't buy a truck in one area that doesn't serve the CFD at all.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we dive into the details? Okay. So remember, when we're going through this, what we're trying to get direction from the board on is, number one, whether to move forward, but we've got a couple of lodging projects in front of us. And as a condition of development, they are to fund their fair share. So we want you to think about their fair share. But when we're using a CFD as a mechanism, we don't usually define it as such a narrow thing. We wouldn't necessarily just do a lodging CFD. You usually look at it with all types of categories of development. So that would include other types of non-residential development or residential development. So we're looking at some specific projects, but we need to think a little bit bigger picture, which gives us, it's just a little bit of a conundrum because we're anticipating what's going to happen in the future. And we're looking at a particular geography because we have projects on the horizon. That geography can set the threshold for ratios countywide. So although we're focusing in on a particular area because we have projects in front of us, this concept can be applied countywide. So we're going to look kind of narrow, but we want to be able to extrapolate it countywide. It's just a little challenging when we don't have some specific projects in other portions of the county. So I want to keep that perspective. What we also look at is what's the fair share. And you look at fair share in a couple different ways. You look at the incremental cost on a per person basis, on a per capita basis. When we're talking about fire service, a lot of times that's on a per structure basis. But I mentioned at the beginning, you have a challenge. Your incremental cost of each additional unit of development doesn't translate well into a tax that you're going to put on a tax bill. It would simply become unaffordable. So we are not going to be able to directly say every residential unit is going to cost X dollars and we're going to tax them directly because they wouldn't be able to buy the home. It would be too expensive. Same thing on the commercial side. If we were in Roseville and they're building 11,000 units, the fee would be somewhere around $300 to $500 for public safety services. Here, it's cost prohibitive. So what we're looking at is we're going to have to determine this fair share. What is the fair share for these lodging facilities, for commercial, and if you decide to move forward with residential, what's the fair share in that situation, knowing that it's not going to be 100% funded. And that's a hard, uncomfortable situation, but that's where we are. And we want to make sure that you are thinking the types of properties you do want to include. So we want to get direction on that as we move forward. The intent of a public safety CFD is to equitably spread the cost of fire protection, emergency medical, and sheriff services to new development. There's going to be a subsidy on the other side from the county's side because, again, at some level, given the amount of development, it's unaffordable for the individual property owners. But as development occurs, the existing level of service is degraded. So your existing community is receiving a level of services. Development occurs when we're thinking of public safety, you're spreading the same number of firefighters over more people. So the level is degraded. That's the concept of having an augmented funding source to help supplement that cost. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah.
Great. I just wanted to ask, so we have fire protection, obviously, and sheriff, and a lot of that is general fund supported.
Yeah.
We have emergency medical, which is generally an enterprise fund outside of what may be provided by other first responders. So would this be supporting the enterprise fund operations? Would this be going to ambulance costs, for an example?
Yes. So we've included ambulance costs in the model because so that's one of the concepts. Let's talk about what your board decisions are, is what to include. But we do have that in the model today. Any other questions? So let's go through this Groveland area cost. And when I see the costs, every time I see these numbers, they surprise me. Yet your numbers, like I said, are very similar to other communities in California. And that's just what it costs to provide public safety operations. You run 3.0 staffing, that the equivalent of 9 employees. It's about 2.4 million a year, but that includes administrative costs. It's not just pure employee compensation. On the ambulance side, about 1.2 million a year for ambulance services, ambulance personnel. And on the sheriff's side, about 600,000 per year, again, all including administrative costs. That's about 4.2 million in public safety operational costs in the Groveland area. In addition to those costs, we need to think of the capital side. So we've got the concept of a new public safety building. It would include the fire station for this one engine company that was staffed on the other slide, office for the sheriff's, office for ambulance, and a bay for the ambulance. We're estimating about $10 million on the cost of construction for that building. That's something that when you're doing a CFD, you would finance that. That would be financed over time so that you're not going to have enough, you're not gonna be able to save up $10 million. It's something that you're going to have to borrow for. And we're looking at about $600,000 a year on debt service for that public safety building. So when we're looking at the CFD, what we're looking at is the annual cost, which is the debt service cost. So this $10 million capital cost is translated into a $600,000 a year debt cost. There's also ongoing apparatus. There's apparatus acquisition that's necessary. And you can see the listing here of the apparatus acquisition. Again, we're not going to have over $2 million at one time to just fund the apparatus. So we have to consider the annual cost of providing that apparatus. It's about $250,000 a year in debt service, assuming just a shorter term financing of 15 years to reflect the useful life of the apparatus instead of a building, which you would finance over a longer term. And then a recommendation here is to include funding for a vehicle and apparatus replacement fund so that you can cash fund future vehicle and apparatus instead of having to borrow for them and eliminate that interest cost. Because every time you're borrowing money, you're having to pay issuance and interest costs. If you can set aside money on an annual basis to fund vehicle and apparatus replacement, you eliminate that interest cost. So it would be advised to be a little bit more fiscally prudent in how we're saving for the future. With the debt service, the vehicle and apparatus replacement fund, and the debt service on both the capital and the apparatus, you're looking at about 1.1 million per year in capital costs. That's expensive to operate public safety services. So we want to do a temperature check. So I actually looked around. You're on the low end. So that is what we're seeing for public safety services in California. Costs are increasing rapidly. And it's not going in a different direction. A lot of agencies have built into their CFDs 2 or 3% inflationary increases. Actual inflation, of course, is far outpacing that. And so existing CFDs are not keeping pace if they don't have adequate inflationary adjustments. So that's something that I'm seeing in several communities right now.
All right, so you're saying 2 or 3 is what they're doing, but it needs to be more like 5, 6.
It needs to be more or indexed to something that's more practical. So instead of setting a fixed inflationary adjustment, maybe you're doing on the capital side, we've got to limit it. But on the operational side, I would recommend tying it to a cost index so that if it is 1%, it's only going up by 1% that year. But if it's 6%, it's going up by 6%. It's becoming a challenge. So we want to talk about now taking those costs and spreading them among the anticipated new development. And a portion of those costs are due to development, and a portion of those costs are due to different types of development. There's about 500 new lodging units in the planning stages right now, and then some additional commercial and residential developments that are under consideration. We're estimating about 25 to 30% of the costs can be attributed to the new lodging facilities. Commercial and residential development have an incremental impact also, but it depends on the type of development and the amount. And I mentioned before, if we start to calculate that, your number of what their cost is going to far outweigh what any individual property owner is going to be able to pay. So that's not the world we're living in. And with a CFD, you don't have to charge that benefit rate. You can charge something less, but acknowledging that we are going to have an unfunded component that would need to be subsidized from the county. And that's really what your general fund is already doing. So I'm going to give an example CFD on the lodging facilities to give you an order of magnitude. So if the lodging facilities were going to fund 25% of the costs of those public safety services and capital costs that we talked about, and you combine them, it would translate to $7.45 per room per night. So that's the magnitude. 30% share would translate to $8.92 per room per night for those about 500 lodging units. Again, you're spreading that cost over a somewhat limited taxpayer base.
Sorry.
Oh, yep.
Quick question. So that's irrelevant of what the price of the room is. That's just applied to that 500 per room. 500
Correct.
Per, okay.
So we would not be able to set a CFD that's based on the price of the room. We could base it on the size of the facility. We could base it on the acreage of the facility, but that we can't track the price of the room with readily available information that's tracked at the county level. So that's the one thing we couldn't do.
So it could be, for example, because I had the same question, the size of a lodging establishment. So say if it's under 10 units, we're talking the bed and breakfast type.
Yep.
It's an adjusted rate, and then the ones that are generally going to be over 50 or 100 are generally higher end operations most of the time.
Correct.
Okay.
So you could go lower on the smaller size. So you could do it. You could charge it based on the size of the facility. Like I said, acreage. There's anything you could track. Think about county records and think about what your tax roll looks like. We would really want to track it with something that's provided in that information.
And I got a really hard question, probably.
Okay.
How does this apply to Airbnb?
So it would be considered in this situation, if you just write it as, if you're writing as a lodging facility, but if it's an Airbnb, it's a home that's constructed as a home, as a residential unit, it would not apply here. It would be difficult on the CFD language to write in an Airbnb as something other than a residential unit. So just again, how we're tracking them from the county's perspective, we're tracking them as a residential unit. But that might be a concept of if somebody's building a new residential unit, is there a residential tax rate that's applied that would capture Airbnb units? It wouldn't capture anything existing. This isn't something that would apply to existing residential units, commercial units, or anything. This is something for future.
It can't be tied to, for example, a business license or an operations license.
No.
Okay, that answers it then. Thank you.
Mm-mm. Property characteristics is really what we have to look at. All right. Any questions before I move on? Okay. And then I want to kind of give you perspective on the commercial and residential. And giving numbers here that, again, I want to caution. The example here is the Groveland CSD imposes a special tax on public safety, and they're imposing a commercial rate of $3,461 per 1,000 square feet of commercial development. So if we were going to translate that rate, there's a 4,200 square foot event center at the Firefall Resort, their tax rate would be just under $14,000 a year. So if you were going to apply Groveland CSD, their rate, if you were going to apply their residential rate is about $1,600 per residential unit. 100 units would fund about 3% of those total annual costs. It would take about 50,000 square feet of new commercial development to fund about 3% of the total annual costs. I'm not actually suggesting we apply Groveland CSD's rates. I want to give you some perspective on the commercial rates. When we look around at what commercial and residential property tax rates are, it varies widely. More populated areas, you tend to see the rates somewhere around $500. On the residential side, commercial is generally built off of the residential rate. So on a 2,000 square foot building, commercial building, it's usually comparable to a residential unit when we're talking about fire services in particular. You get to some of the more rural areas. I'm actually doing one up in El Dorado County outside of city limits up there. Their rates are closer to $800 on the residential side, just giving you some perspective. Groveland's at the high end, but why is that? It's what I said at the beginning. You're taking a cost of service that's relatively fixed and you're dividing it among fewer units, which increases that rate. In our situation, your rate would be unaffordable to the property owner, so that we would want to look at something lower. And that's something that we're going to want direction on, is what might be tolerable in this community. Are there other communities that we can look at? Example, I'm doing one in the city of Lincoln, and that rate's actually over $1,000. So that's a developing city that's high. There's other reasons for that. A lot of it has to do with the capital needs.
Yeah, I have a question. So if the county considers this, it would be in the area that, for example, over in the Groveland area, Groveland CSD has a footprint for their area. So we would not superimpose the county over that. It would be in the outlying areas.
Correct. We would not layer on top of it.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
I wanted to ask how this interacts with other kind of upfront costs like Geiger in particular. We've looked at those. I mean, they're upfront, very similar. Growth in government, same thing, except this is paid over time by the actual customers or residents or anything like that. So I understand that it works like that. The question being is, can something like this replace Geiger, since Geiger is kind of the upfront challenge to building things? And then would that allow us to say from 30 or 25, go up another 5 to account for that? And therefore we kind of eliminate the upfront one, like the infrastructure stuff. Yeah.
That's how I would look at it. And I'd have to look into that in particular. But I would approach it, that slide that I said, where we're going to come back to you with these concepts of how to fund infrastructure. Another component is impact fees.
Right.
And there are mechanisms those same mechanisms can be used to finance impact fees. So I would need to technically look at how it would fit within those programs. But we'll bring that back with that component, with that item.
Okay, great.
But so there are maybe.
Because I'm wondering, Geiger, to my understanding, as opposed to the impact fees are for roads, infrastructure, other things.
Right.
Geiger is more oriented to public safety, right? As one of the main.
Yeah.
Or do I have that wrong?
So our Geiger fees are our impact fees. We call them our Geiger fees, but they are, so when you're saying impact fee, perhaps you're thinking like a traffic impact fee or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. So our Geiger fees go specifically to public safety and parks services. Yeah. And they're one time. Yeah.
So we would have to look at it with that other program. In theory, could you do this in lieu of? Yeah, but your analysis is different. Then you're including basically your entire impact fee justification in this. I would put it back in that other category as a tool to use to improve that situation for developers. If they're having a hard time with the upfront, then that tool could be used. But I would put it in that conversation. I think it's separate from this. Does that make sense? Okay. So just a concept to give you kind of order of magnitude on the fees. Because we're not going to be able to charge at the full cost of service, your board actually does have a lot of discretion on where you land with what those numbers are. And we would just be looking for some direction on that. So just some concepts for implementing a public safety fee. The rate set for this Groveland area, and I don't mean the Groveland CSD, I mean just the Groveland costs that we look at, they can be applied to other areas of the county. Again, your costs are similar to other parts of California. It's not that we're unusual here in one area of the county. So one of the things that we'd like from the board is to identify an annexation area. And we start with one project, because that's what we would do. We'd start with the first project in the door, and that forms the CFD. And when you form the CFD, your board would identify an annexation area, and you could draw a map that matches the county boundaries. We could cut out areas of existing public safety services tax, like the Groveland area. And I think I didn't mention that at the beginning, but when we're talking about the flexible boundaries, they don't need to be contiguous, and you can also carve out areas. So just thinking about what that looks like. We need to determine the reasonable cost share and the resulting tax rates for the lodging facilities. So are we looking at that 25 to 30% threshold? Are we looking at something different for the lodging facilities? And then parameters on how we set the tax rates for the other types of development and what types you want to see. And I mentioned that first project in the door forms the CFD. And in a moment, we're going to talk about that legal process for formation. Once you have it set, it's a lot easier to annex property in, and you can create that as a condition of development moving forward. But that initial process is going to take some time, because there are not only legal steps, but also timelines between when different resolutions can be approved. Yeah.
I just want to ask, how is it paid? So with a big entity, of course, can do billing in that. I'm wondering if it was a smaller entity, is this something that ends up being like an assessment on your property taxes? It's grouped in. Is this, you have to come down to the county and pay a separate bill? Is it monthly? Is it annual?
It's on your property tax bill.
Okay.
So it is
So
on
it's incorporated.
it is on the property tax bill.
All right.
So each year, from an administrative perspective, the county actually has to place the CFD tax on the property tax bill. Given the amount of development that you have, that's not an overwhelming process. That's something that usually, with this amount of development, is something we would set up and then assist your staff in actually implementing each year. But it's placed on the annual tax bill. And that regardless of the type of property. I'm going to go into the legal steps because I was alluding to it, but before I go there, I want to pause and see if there's any other questions. Okay. I find it easier to ask as we go rather than waiting to the end, because this is complicated. Yeah. So legal formation process. We want to take your direction today and translate that into what is called a rate and method of apportionment. And that is the official, I'll call it tax formula. And it's going to define tax rates. It's going to define the type of property that the tax rates apply to and at which level. It's going to identify any inflationary adjustments. It ends up looking kind of like a legal document, but it's essentially your tax formula. We want to identify that initial project for CFD formation, and they're already moving forward. And with that initial property, we create and file a boundary map. If it's one property, it's going to be just that parcel. You might end up with two, and it's two parcels. That would be the initial CFD. And again, then the county board, your board, would actually identify the area to be annexed into the same CFD. So once that rate and method of apportionment is identified, that becomes the same rate and method of apportionment that's applied to future projects. So we would take the same model and we would apply it to future projects. If you just want to look at a particular geography, 120 corridor, that annexation area would just be that area, and future projects in another portion of the county, we'd look at a different rate and method of apportionment. So there's some flexibility there on what you want to do as far as boundaries, but we need that information. We'll start technically doing the steps necessary so that you can initiate the board approval process. Go ahead.
When you're talking about boundary and taxes, is this at any point go before the constituents for a vote, or is this all board?
It goes to the landowners for a vote, but because this is not a tax on anybody that's there today, no structures that exist today would be subject to this. It's the future property owners or future building owners that would be subject to the tax. So the landowners would do a vote in the formation proceedings. And it's just a ballot that's basically submitted here at a public meeting, as long as there's less than 12 registered voters. So it doesn't go to a vote unless there's more than 12 registered
Sorry,
voters.
you're saying a lot. I just want to be clear. It's the tax would be for future,
correct?
Not current homeowners, but future.
Only.
Only. Okay.
And
I know you said that a couple times. I just want to be clear. On the tax
I want to be
portion.
very clear on that. This is not something, this is not a measure this is not a ballot measure. This is not a general obligation bond or anything that's going to the voters. This is something that's only for structures that don't exist today.
Is that anywhere so much like a Melrose?
This is a Melrose.
It is the Melrose. Okay. I'm thinking
Same
of-
concept. The same thing.
Exact same
It's
concept.
actually the Melrose Community Facilities Act of
Oh,
1982.
there you go. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking it would. Okay, thank you.
So
Part of the same thing.
Yeah.
in order to move forward, your board would need to establish local goals and policies. And those policies really set, if there were going to be bonds, what those bonds would look like. It's going to set parameters for when you would impose the CFD, the requirements for annexation, whether it's a condition of development, you would set forth goals and policies related to the CFD. That kind of starts your formal legal process. When we have a project, we start the resolution of intention. Your board would actually adopt a resolution declaring its intent to form a CFD. You would adopt the rate and method of apportionment, and you would identify a boundary map and the facilities and services to be funded with the CFD money in the future. You declare this intent, and then there's a 60-day period before the resolution of formation. At a public hearing, you first hold a public hearing, and then you would consider adopting a resolution forming the CFD. You can make modifications to what was provided in the resolution of intention, but you can only make it less. So if you have a tax rate from the resolution of intention at $1,000 and you decide we can't live with $1,000, we want to make it $500, you can do that. If you have a resolution of intention at $1,000 and you would like to make it $1,500, you cannot do that. Boundaries, you can set a boundary area. You can reduce the boundary area, you cannot expand the boundary area. Does that just the process for those two resolutions? The resolution of formation also includes calling for an election. That's when you would ask the landowners to vote on whether to form the CFD or not. Since it's a condition of development, they would be required to vote yes in order for the development to move forward. And I think you had a question, Supervisor Brandon. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that it cannot be expanded, but it doesn't have to be contiguous, so you can annex things into it. So the district's the whole county, but if we limited it to, okay.
Yeah, you could start with the whole county at the resolution of intention and then narrow it, but you can't start here and then expand it
So
from one
annexation,
to the next.
not expansion.
Correct.
Okay, that's right.
You would
Thank
identify your annexation area up front. Then you go into the election proceedings. A landowner, there's a legal timeline that election proceedings are 125 days after the resolution of formation. The landowners can waive that. So you don't have to have another waiting period. So usually that same day that you have that resolution of formation approved, you receive a vote, and it's a little ballot that they hand in at the public meeting. You can see if it says yes or no, and then your CFD is formed or not. If it's not, then they may not be building. So that's the legal process for moving forward. Future projects, when you've identified your annexation area, you're just adopting that resolution to annex them into the CFD. You're not going through the full proceedings again. I went through this, so I just skipped. I didn't follow my slides well. I went through this too. And this. All right. And then there's implementation. So on an annual basis, I mentioned earlier, there is ongoing administration. You have to place these taxes on the tax roll each year. It's a pretty common process. And annexations, you need to make sure you're including that as a condition of development if that is your intent. My best recommendation is be consistent. Do not set an annexation area with this condition of development that you only apply to one property and not another. Once you make the decision on what it applies to, be consistent. That sounds obvious. I'm just going to tell you it isn't always. And I bring it up just because I think that's the most important thing. If you're going to include commercial property, all different types of commercial property, always include all types of commercial property. If you're including residential property, include residential property. Don't differentiate between different types of residential property. So you want to be consistent with whatever you set up at the beginning. There's always something strange that comes up. So there may be ongoing maintenance that your board by resolution needs to direct staff on how to handle certain types of properties. ADUs, additional dwelling units, has become the big hot button item. A lot of the old CFDs don't include language for what you do with ADUs. Is it a full charge? Is it something less? That's something that boards have had to consider. So this isn't necessarily, we have one action and it's done. Things may come back over time. If you had issuance of bonds, and we're not really considering that here, but if we're issuing bonds, We wouldn't issue bonds unless we had enough money to support the bond debt service. That sounds obvious. Again, isn't always the case. And compliance. There is a requirement for annual audits. So if you have a funding mechanism like this, you must have an annual audit completed. It can be included in the county's general audit, or it can be separate, but there must be an audit of the funds provided publicly on an annual basis. Next steps. And next slide is the specific questions that we're seeking board direction on. But we're looking at board directions so that we can basically come back to you with a formal rate and method of apportionment and these local goals and policies, in which you would consider the local goals and policies, and we would begin those CFD formation proceedings with those resolutions and getting the landowners on board. So Liz, you want to go through specifically what we're looking for?
Yeah, so we tried to lay it out specifically here. But so, I mean, first and foremost, the question is, does your board want to continue with the CFD process as a way for new development to fund their fair share of additional public services, specifically law enforcement, ambulance, and fire? And then if that is a yes, then we are looking for your board to tell us give us some indication about the rate as well as the size. And Kathy indicated, starting with a single property, but with the option to annex the entire county. Just to be clear, that is staff's recommendation, that it could potentially apply countywide, that as new development comes in, regardless of the type of development, it would annex into the CFD. And then the next question is, how would you like this fee to be applied? Do you want it only on commercial and specifically lodging, which is of course what we're talking about most readily, or most what we anticipate to come up most immediately, but also other commercial as well? And then would your board also want to consider housing development? And also to be very clear that that is staff's recommendation, that it apply to all type of development. And that includes your fire, sheriff, and community development staff, as well as the CAO's office recommendation. And then lastly, and Kathy also mentioned this, but would your board like us to return the future with an item where your board sets sets this condition on all new development moving forward, that they should annex in, or that they shall join this CFD and annex into it, again, to pay their fair share of those fees. So
Supervisor Half, I was wondering if I could ask Kathy a question. Something that's come up from actually a few individuals who are currently residing here is asking, would they be able to annex voluntarily into such like a CFD? And the idea being that they could help contribute, say, to fire services. And the idea is maybe if we can increase fire services, their fire insurance would be decreased, and they're willing to do that. Is that something that is eligible activity?
Yes, as long as they're within the annexation area. And that's becoming another topic of conversation that I'm fielding, especially in this part of the state. And actually Sonoma County, I work up in Geyserville, and that's a big conversation there. They're actually looking to create a voluntary CFD for that purpose. But yes, this is one that you could, because it's for public safety services specifically, and that's what they would be looking for. You could, as long as they're within the annexation area, so whatever you define the annexation area to be, they could do that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we have existing lodging facilities up the Highway 120 corridor that, if the price was right, of course, that's always the case, right? They would be interested. They'd be weighing it against their heavy fire insurance costs, and especially if we could build a facility closer, that would help them in that towards that end, and they might voluntarily want to come into the CFD.
Supervisor Half, also with some of the questions here, part of why we are talking about, if the board were to do one countywide, we don't have to come back as staff to ask you every time, like there's a new commercial development going in, say in the Jamestown area. So some of these obviously are tied together, like the idea, do we bring back something to you in the future about all future development will have language as a condition of approval? Shall, like we already have two that says their fair share, but it could be shall join or annex into the CFD. And Chris was just telling me he read something in Fresno where their board made that decision where all new development must annex into it. So those are kind of tied so that when Quincy comes and she's telling me they have a new application, we know, she knows immediately what to do, but it could apply county-wide, not just in a specific area like that map that Kathy was talking about. If the entire area is the county jurisdiction, it gives us the most latitude of how we do this. And then we'll work with the accounting for the specific areas of making sure that it's applicable to that specific area, meaning Groveland's not going to pay for Jamestown and Jamestown's not going to pay for Columbia, and so to speak. It's for those areas and that increase in services in those communities.
Wanted to ask to compare the difference. So say with fire service, you have personnel, which is ongoing forever. You have apparatus, which is individual but ongoing over time. How does it apply and over like what time frame do we set for, let's say it's a static number? We're talking about something, it's a one-time investment that's needed to make, so it's a fee as an example. Do we set how long that could be paid over?
So we set it on the capital side. We actually are legally required to set it on the capital side. It cannot exceed 40 years.
Okay.
Typically it's 30. Few of them are going to 40 now, but most of them are 30 on the capital side. And the services one is layered on top. And when the capital one goes away, the services one just, it reduces the overall burden. So I don't know if you saw on the chart, I actually separated out the capital from the operational. That operational one is the one that would stay, and we'd actually write the document as the rate method of apportionment would have part A and part B.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have the capital justification and the fees and the operational. So it actually would always be two different rates that you could track.
And then one other from, I believe what CEO Riggs sent out about, I think it was the BOLD program or the
Boulder skips.
skip with the C. Yeah, ship. I don't know.
They go
Anyway.
by skip, yeah.
I wanted to ask about fees, so not impact fees, but processing fees. So I think one of the concerns here is, could this deter a commercial project or a housing project? Is there a way to offset that? Is that something that is a normal service it could not replace? Or because it's a new project, is that something that can have those fees deferred? It's like you want to go build a hotel, there's no upfront fees. We put it onto a CFD that you pay over 5 years.
Correct.
So you pay more, but it actually is more desirable to develop.
That's actually the benefit of that bold skip program is you can customize what that looks like.
Okay.
So they have kind of a package where you partner with agencies throughout the state and they'll do packaged infrastructure plans. Or you can do customized approach, and they're very flexible. But that's the purpose of those JPAs, is to create whatever your scenario is. They can create a plan that matches it. And again, they'll partner you with other agencies throughout the state that have a more diverse tax base, and that gets the overall cost down, and they're able to achieve economies of scale because they're doing this in several other communities. So it's not just your own community where we're trying to support a bond from a somewhat non-verse tax base. They're able to create efficiencies by doing it on a larger scale. And the customization is there because that's what they're doing. That's what everybody's doing, is trying to create the sweet spot for what makes sense for the projects.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question regarding affordable or workforce housing projects, especially ones of smaller scale, 50, 60 units. What do other jurisdictions do? Do they include them? Do they exclude them? How does that work? Because it could make a possible affordable or housing project not so affordable.
So first of all, we have to look if it's taxable or not. So some of them are exempt properties. They wouldn't be in this anyway. There's no option for the board. You cannot tax properties that are deemed tax exempt. You can't tax other public agencies or other tax exempt properties. So some of them just fall into that bucket to start with. Other properties, what I have found is, for the most part, unless they are tax exempt, the CFD applies. There can be some exceptions, but I mentioned everybody's tries to be as uniform as possible and consistent. The line is usually, if it's a tax exempt purpose, that's a certain type of low income housing provider, and usually those are the ones that meet the requirements, and so they're.
So that begs the question: what are considered those types of tax exempt properties? What are they typically?
They're usually properties that are developed by one of the, they're by nonprofits that are essentially statewide or groups that come into a community and develop those properties specifically under their funding parameters, and they get funding for those types of properties. It's not general, just a regular developer that's coming in and a portion of their units are low income. That's not usually what this would apply to.
So would a housing authority be an example
Typically,
of that?
and I say typically because there's always a variation on whether they qualify for the tax exempt status or not. And I've even seen the same company be tax exempt in one place and not in another. So I'm not exactly clear on the consistency of what deems them tax exempt. That might actually be a treasurer tax collector question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions?
I just want to get clarification on the 4.2 million, the example. Can you point out to me what the cost would be like per a new development for a home? Was it a one-time fee? It's an annual fee, correct?
It's an annual fee.
And what was the example?
So well, you use the Groveland example, and there's the example they had. It's not going to fund your entire amount.
I'm just trying to get a number for a household.
Their residential was $1,600 per residential unit. Your residential unit charge would need to be well over $2,000 per unit in order to fund their proportional share of the costs. And I got to say that would put you probably the highest in the state.
Right.
This is just for public safety. This isn't for everything. So my reaction was that is not really a reasonable, when you do the math, you get a number that's not reasonable. You're not going to put that on somebody's property tax bill. So you basically have flexibility to charge something less, understanding that the county is subsidizing the cost difference, but you're doing that already.
But did we just, and that's what the 25 to 30% would be of that?
So that even the 25 to 30% number on the residential is
So do we have a number, like if we knew today, if we wanted to operate?
So if you were going to charge $1,600 a unit, 100 residential units would only fund 3% of the annual costs.
Right. What I'm trying to do
what I would say is
what a
I would
residence,
put something in a reason, what you think would be tolerable in your community. In a lot of the growing communities, you kind of see something around the $500 a year.
Okay.
Salida, which is one we've done just for public safety services, came in at $650, and that's somewhat rural. El Dorado is around 700. Diamond Springs is around 700. I mean, you're kind of less than 1,000 seems more reasonable than what you would justify. But you're subsidizing. There's a gap.
Yeah.
You're basically saying we know that our community can't pay that much.
are we doing comments now or are we just doing questions?
We're doing questions right now.
Thank you.
And then
Just
we'll
wanted
be
to clarify
answering
that.
these questions.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brand.
Thank you. So we're not looking at everything, trying to space it out.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of, it's very complicated and interesting, but within public safety, we got fire, sheriff, emergency medical within this. There's three, and I know that sounds like we'll probably talk about roads, pipes, infrastructure, that type of stuff at a later date.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask specifically though about three that aren't on that list, which it feels like we should be having included in it and have been kind of issues with funding to make sure that it's sustainable. OES, district attorney, and animal control, all of which I think there is an increase, if we have deputies responding and making an arrest, even if they're out of town or whoever it is, that's creating a burden on there. I'm sure those would be smaller than the other services. Can those be included? Was it a decision to not include them, keep it simple, kind of the thought on that?
So I want to go technically, and then I'm going to let Liz or Tracy take the rest of it. But technically, I'm going to go back to somewhere here. There. So on the services side, there is the CFD law specifically identifies different types of service CFDs. One of them is a public safety services CFD that specifically defines law enforcement, fire protection or suppression, and ambulance. You then have these other maintenance CFDs. Yeah.
Can I tag in?
Yeah.
What is law enforcement then?
Well, that's loosely defined.
Okay.
So this is what the law is defining law enforcement. It's not defining who meets the law enforcement standard. And then there's the maintenance CFDs. We would have to form, interestingly enough, different CFDs if we're looking at public safety versus maintenance. So we need to fit it into that public safety window. And then I kind of defer to staff on, we did not look at those components. at all for staff on whether they would meet the
So
justification?
Groveland is our example because we were looking specifically, we worked with the sheriff to determine what would it take to get a full-time law enforcement officer up in that jurisdiction, because it's based on the last time, and it's been a while, and under sheriff is here, that it tends to be one of the beats or the rotations that is not staffed. So what would it take to get it staffed? And that's what the numbers you saw on there. So that's the example only, but we only included, the basic definition of law enforcement, of which is our patrol deputies who are up. We didn't do jail, we didn't do district attorney or animal control or public defender. We really focused on getting a law enforcement presence in that particular community as an example.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think before we start answering your questions, we'll take it to the public and see if there's any public comment. Which includes staff comment. We need to turn her on. Go ahead.
So great. Thank you so much. This is really interesting. And I just want to start with saying I fully support a way to figure out a fair share agreement. When we get development projects in, I've often said to fire, just tell me the number. What is the number so that I can support it and pass it on to our applicants. And I also want to say that the CFD thing obviously is a lot bigger than the county here. And so, it obviously is, it's working in other areas, but I do have a couple of questions. One is on slides 13 and 14, it lists all the needs for Groveland. And so I was just wondering, is that for new development or is that for new development plus existing? Because that is one of my concerns, that new development CFD funds will go to the gap that already exists. And that we need to be really clear, and I'll explain why. And also, how does that list that was up there, is that derived from what we know we need now? Is it derived from relating it to standards of coverage? Or is it just the dream list, which, we know that that's a thing. And so also my question is, when we're going to purchase stuff for the CFD with the money, is there a backup plan if the other developments don't go through? What do we do with the money in the CFD account? And, what if everything doesn't fund and we're not able to achieve the list? That's another question. I was wondering where the 25 to 30% came from for commercial costs, what that was based on. Is it based on calls? When we did the Terravie EIR, we did a special study, estimated 11 calls for Terravie a year. And also we discovered that car accidents aren't tracked. So we don't know in a car accident, which we're sending these emergency responders to, whether they're a commercial or a resident. And so that probably though goes, when we're making the list of things we need, we don't know which piece needs it. Just also to make sure your board knows, there was an example of Firefall event space that's already been approved. So a CFD wouldn't apply to anything that's been approved. And someone had a question about Geiger fees. Right now it's about $4,000 for new residential if you're in the residential area. One thing to consider is, how do you handle existing businesses that are changing, like Twain Hart Shopping Center that's going to go to residential? We have a grocery store that's also changing. And so how do we handle new existing development that's not new development, but we're charging new development? So how are we going to look at that? And also, yeah, back to the thing, how do we handle just the needs due to visitor traffic? Which is fills in the list of things that we need. Also to make sure that we're really honest with the public, if it's a condition of approval, it's not voluntary. So if this is sold as a voluntary program, but our intent is to condition discretionary entitlements, it's not voluntary. I 100% agree with being consistent, because the board is going to hear stories from every developer up here on why they should or shouldn't be in a CFD. And that consistency is going to be really important. For housing, since it's not an income-based essential tax, your lower income households are going to be hit that more than your larger lots that are going to come through. That's it.
Was that all your
Yeah,
questions?
legit.
Okay,
That's it.
okay, cool. That was a lot of questions. Did you capture all those?
I think I have most of them. I want to talk about the development and the share. So again, we don't have a lot of development history to support what's happening here. So we actually had to use ratios from other parts of the state to determine kind of the commercial share. So that's what that's based on, is our experience with other communities. This new development versus existing, we're adding service because of development, but even in this situation, we'd be looking at new development funding less than 50% of the cost of the services. It actually be, depending on where you land on the share, you're looking at development paying somewhere around 30 to 35%, new development paying somewhere between 30 and 35% of the overall cost of the service. When the services are being added on because there's development happening. So that's the concept on the development share. Let me go through, as far as kind of the list was, do you want to go through how the list was developed?
Yeah, sure. So the list was of what our anticipated costs were. I mean, this was working with our ambulance team, Chief Murphy, as well as Sheriff Pooley, to put together what if we were to put as just as the capital list says, a public safety building with a fire station, with an engine company, an office for a sheriff, an office for an ambulance bay. What would be all the existing equipment right now? What are our current costs to make that happen? And then built into the fee is an inflator that would inflate, because we know current costs are not going to be the same in 2, 3, 5 years. So.
And it also, the CFD it's not going to be able to account for the car traffic. That's not something that we'd be able to assign to a particular property owner. Typically that's just what the general fund bears. And so what we're talking about is proportionally splitting up the costs and using ratios from other communities, because we just don't have enough of our own history to really say this is what it is here. So those are some of the concepts. And the consistency, I think we talked about the consistency. I agree. You got to make that and decide whether it's a condition of development, and make sure that that's clear as well. If there's a voluntary component, understanding the difference between the condition of development versus the voluntary component.
Thank you. Come on forward.
Good afternoon, Andrew Murphy, your Assistant Fire Chief. Thanks for the opportunity to speak for you today. Just a few quick comments to address some of the questions that my esteemed colleague raised in the last discussion, or current discussion, previous speaker. Those resources, as Liz mentioned, are resources that we determined we would need based on our professional experience. Really, in the location being as in Groveland being so far away and so far up, and staff year round. Those would address the concerns that we have up there. The 11 calls at the facility was one resort at one location. So a CAD, when you call 911, you could do it. It didn't track like intersections, like she mentioned. It didn't track anything specific other than that specific address of that resort. We did survey that Highway 120 corridor from Chinese Camp up to the park boundary over a several year period, and we did see, since those two main Rush Creek and Evergreen went up, we did see a significant increase in call volume. It was a few years ago, so I don't remember specifically what it was, but that's to address the greater residents and tourists and visitors in the area, not just at a specific location while they may be staying at a resort. So that's was part of that extensive study. Also, of the $4,000 of the Geiger that we currently collect, as Quincy mentioned, fire gets about $268, and it's only for single family residents. It's not for commercial development. So speaking of development, what's before you today, a community facilities district, we believe is part of the solution to address the future needs of the fire service. We do have a lot of needs now, but we're working on ways to address those. But as far as the future needs and the future impacts, whether it's a fast food restaurant in Jamestown, a new hotel on Highway 108, are off the highway. A handful of lodges that remember several of them are only in their first phase or planning to go into the first phase. Car dealership, or subdivision, or a single family home. They all have an impact on the services. They're already stressed services that are out there right now, the public safety services that are your lifeline to protect the community. So whether it's one home or 1,000 homes, they have an equal chance of requiring services. And so we just appreciate the conversation, appreciate all the efforts. This is great information, easy to understand too. So we appreciate that, but look forward to the board adopting and addressing these needs that, had it been addressed in 1982 when the Melrose Act was passed, we'd be having a different conversation. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Evans. I'm with the Sheriff's Office, speaking on behalf of Sheriff Bill Poole, who is out of town on business. We do support a program. We would obviously want it to be fair, consistent, and affordable. We're already seeing impacts of these specific costs we talked about today, hitting our budget today. Right? We've all been cut today to fund the fire program, which rightfully so, it needs to happen. But looking towards the future, we need to find a way to pay for it. So that would be our suggestion, is to look at this option as well as other options. I would also caution you on what your definition that you come up with on what law enforcement is. I would take a look at your constituents and find out what their definition is. Because when we start to make things convenient, that's where you start to lose the trust of the public as to what their vision of law enforcement is. Leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, I'll bring it back to our board. And I think now is the time to start giving direction. And who'd like to start? Supervisor Brand.
Sure, happy to. So I'll run through this. I do think there are a couple other things I'd like us to discuss. I have them listed here. Specifically with the apparatus, it did mention, I think, a lot of the other equipment, scuba radios, all of that, definitely accounting for $6,000 radios. They're very expensive. I think that we should include other law enforcement and fire prevention groups in there, specifically those three. I think if I asked people who's involved in fire, many would say OES. And I think they would also say the district attorney, absolutely, in particular, and that's a need. I would recommend eliminating some of these one-time impact fees that we currently have. I think we will generate more over time with this, and that will ease the burden onto upcoming projects. So it's a trade-off to an extent. And then I think one of the things, I forget who had mentioned it, it may have been, I think Quincy actually, we have ongoing projects that are in development but not yet done, offering some type of incentive to try to get them to come in. So for example, would we be able to figure out a way to waive or reimburse the fees already paid in exchange for joining this CFD? And since we have some substantial projects, I think that would be a net benefit to the public. So overall, with this, I think it should be countywide. If 25 and 30 are the only two options, I think we do need to start at 30. I think we need to figure out how to eliminate upfront fees, but this makes a lot of sense. I do think it needs to apply to commercial and to housing projects as well. And just one concern in there would be somehow accommodating different types, like a hotel versus a warehouse may have similar square footage, but obviously the risk for a warehouse would probably be much, much lower, lots fewer people. If they were able to kind of just segment some of those things. And I'm not sure that we should necessarily have a very high minimum size. I think that this is kind of again, a fair share, and we have to pay for these things as well. So as the last bit, I would recommend, again, big asterisks, upfront fees, Geiger, impact fees, all that stuff. even looking at county fees for the services, which are relatively small in this picture, but punch above their weight. If we can say eliminate those or make it much better, I think that we should have this as a condition of approval for upcoming projects so that they pay overtime and help support these new services we need.
Supervisor Kirk.
All right. I'm going to answer these, but I'm going to say a few things real quick. I feel like we're a little bit in a vacuum talking about the CSD. And the reason being is because we're acknowledging the fact that there's going to be about 500 plus rooms coming on the market. But I don't have the TOT information right in front of me to tell me what the TOT revenues is going to be from that. I also am thinking about the conversation that we had with the Visitors Bureau and how we gave them orders as part of their future contract that they need to form, what was it? The TMD. So part of their success in creating a TMD and getting that to be successful is if we don't, on the back end of them, cut their legs off by raising TOT or putting another fee on them. Because if they're working on that TMD and then this goes through, the lodging industry is going to buckle, and they're not going to want to assess themselves a TMD and this for future projects. Well, maybe they will because it's for future projects. The point is, I feel like there's a couple pieces of information that kind of needs to be blended in this conversation so we make a well-informed decision, because there's other pieces that are going to affect, for instance, if those 500 rooms bring in, let's just throw a number, $10 million out there, then we know we're going to have the funding into the future to support some of those needs. I don't have that information in front of me, so I'm kind of feel like I'm a little bit in a bit of a vacuum. I just want to make some acknowledgments real quick. By going down this road, we will be continually squeezing and eliminating first-time home buyers. With the costs with taxes, with fire insurance, and with this as another assessment, we just need to acknowledge as a board that we are basically going to be making it much harder for first-time home buyers, young families. It's going to continue to be a place, especially in Groveland area, where it's mostly people who are retiring, people who are wealthy and able to afford this. And I'm not sure if, I just want our board to be aware of that. I truly believe that. Part of me almost feels like, and then I'll get to answering this, part of me almost feels like we know we have a big bill coming with fire and with sheriff. You know, we've done some things that our past boards haven't. We're funding them. We do not want to lose the 108 corridor. We don't want to lose 120. So we're going to do everything we can to make that fire safe. Law enforcement is big. We just gave them several raises to keep retention. I won't go through all that. But the point being is the community hasn't been faced really with a financial decision, and they won't be for a couple more years. When that decision comes, do we want to continue to fund fire and law enforcement like we have? Then there has to be, the reality of it is, as much as I hate where we are as a community in taxes, the reality of it is the community is going to have to help figure out a way to fund those services. So I kind of wish that we could wait until that rubber kind of hits. It's probably doesn't sound like great planning, but by doing this, we're kind of narrowly focusing, which is the whole point of this. We're narrowly focusing those services on that specific area. But I would rather have the community support something that would be like a 1% that would give us X amount of money to move into the future and not have to put these things in place on folks. So those are kind of my high level, 30,000 elevation foot thoughts on this. I'm really concerned about first time home buyers and families into the future. I think we're going to preclude them from any community where this gets implemented. It's getting too hard. So, what rate and size? Countywide, if you're going to go down this road, because you can't start small and go big. So countywide fee, I'm fine with the fees I get. How the fee will be applied, it would obviously have to be, or I believe, to commercial, residential. Should staff return with an agenda item to discuss a fair share or applicant share joint CFD condition for only development? Sure. And I'll just close again with the fact that I think we should be having this discussion when in full view of future TOT, what's going on with the Visitors Bureau, and those conversations with the lodging industry. And then once we get closer to really having to come due with fire and sheriff countywide, because I think that's a bigger conversation. Hopefully I'm making sense, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
That's it.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And I share some of the views of both Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Brannon. And just for context about where my mind is that a lot of the fee structures and how we fund law enforcement, fire in Tuolumne County were established in a time when our county had, the Sheriff Taylor model of law enforcement, where we had Barney Fife in the corner, sheriff's office with the drunk tank. That's how it was set up. The demands of the community are much more than that now. And our community has been asking for a professional sheriff's office with the equipment that they need, the training that they need to do their job. They've been asking for increased fire protection with modern equipment and enough staffing to be able to cover our county in a meaningful way. And so the Barney Fife model is just not going to work anymore. And so that's what we're talking about here is we've already taken the steps to modernize our law enforcement and our safety. And so now we need to find a way to pay for it. And so this is the struggle, is that our community wants these things, and I think it's pretty much universally desired that we have a higher level of service in these areas, but it comes at a cost. So I'll just start out with a point that Supervisor Brannon made that I agree with is discussing OES. In many counties, OES falls under the umbrella of the sheriff's office, or it falls under the umbrella of the fire station, or every county does it a little bit differently. OES is kind of its own thing in Tuolumne County, and I think it should be reflected in this, at least in some regard. And I know that's an addition to this, but going to the point that in other counties, it would already be included under law enforcement. So it's on us to make that distinction. Going to your first question, I do agree, CDF countywide. Quincy Yaley on the second bullet point, Quincy Yaley, I think, made a comment about not understanding where the 25 and 30% figures came from, and you did you tried to answer that. I still am not quite clear on that either, to be honest, and I don't know that I will be clear on that until we understand. To me, those numbers are always going to be arbitrary until we understand what the community can bear. So I don't know what that number is. I don't know if it's 25. I don't know if it's 30. I don't know if it's 50 or 22. We don't have anything to base that off of. And so I don't know if it makes that answer is not very clear for you. And I'm sorry for that. If I had to choose, I would say 25, because it's the lower of the two numbers. And again, an arbitrary choice. But I would like more information in that area. So yes, commercial projects, and yes, housing developments. Again, we'll have to discuss what that means, because Supervisor Kirk made a very good point about everything we do over and above what is the minimum requirement for residential development is going to have a negative impact on housing. Now, having a huge fire and having no law enforcement services is also going to have a negative impact on housing. So we're trying to have a balancing act here. But our county is already not particularly attractive for new development for a variety of reasons, and mitigating that as much as possible is really important. And yes, item 3, we should return with some fair share, and how the CDF is going to work.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. One of the benefits of being chair is I get to go last, and I've heard a lot of really great comments. So I'll see where I can add something that may not have been thought of. But to go down the line here, I agree with my colleagues countywide. It would have to be countywide. And fee-based upon, we don't know yet. We really don't know yet. I have a couple of thoughts here. And one would be see if it makes a difference to the existing lodge owners, you know, 1% over another, and maybe 1% that's not even on the list at this particular time. How many volunteers could we get to come into the CFD if we could make it affordable enough? Now, I have a counter idea to that. You make it whatever percent for new lodging, and for those lodging institutions that are pre-existing, you give them a discount to come in to be a volunteer. And I don't know what that discount would be, but it's an incentive to join. And I think that may hit well with some of our lodging institution owners. Only for commercial projects, I have a comment about that. I don't really have a firm answer. I'd like to understand better what other jurisdictions do. Do they have a graduated scale or rate for different types of commercial operations? I would think so. And so I'd kind of like to see that and what you recommend, because I don't think it's a one size fits all, and size matters. So
Can I
yeah,
answer
go
that one
ahead.
real fast? So usually it is on a per square foot basis on the commercial, and they're often in the fire side. There's it's often tied to the hazard, the type of occupancy
Yes.
and what the hazard is.
Right.
A little bit different on law enforcement side. So what we could look at is a couple of different categories. So number one, I would always recommend it's at least on a per square foot basis, because the size of the building does make a difference. But the type of development makes a difference, and you can categorize by type of development. We would use county use codes as the basis for that. And so we look at county use codes, we can kind of divide up with the different categories and tie it to, again, on the fire side, you could tie it to the hazard that's there. That is a common approach on fire.
Great.
With law enforcement, it's usually more uniform on a per square foot basis, but we
Okay,
could blend it.
so when you come back, you'd have those recommendations. Okay, and then
And that's actually what we would capture in the local goals and policies. A couple of these different items is what would be captured there.
okay. For the next one, before I answer about housing developments, I need to make a comment on, based upon Supervisor Kirk's comment. Being in real estate, as I was back in the 80s, I saw very few first-time home buyers that bought new properties. They usually buy older fixer-uppers, what they can afford. So I don't know that this is going to affect them as much. And it's only for new development, not for what we already have in existing inventory. So I want the board to keep that in mind. And we may need to do something. I would be in favor of putting it on the bigger multifamily apartment house type units, and less favorably so for single family homes. But I think we should put something, even if it's $500, something on single family homes if it's going to be countywide. And the last question, yes. But you want to talk? Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just want to add a comment to the fee base of 25 to 30%. I wanted to be clear. I think the reason why it would be helpful for our board to know the TOT projections and whatnot is because if we truly want to make it as affordable as possible and still meet the mark, maybe we could have that conversation in comparison with this, because maybe with the projections of TOT, that would be more of a 15% or 20%. I mean, it's just, I think it's important to know what's coming revenue wise before we make a decision that we absolutely need to make at this rate.
Yeah, I agree with you. However, I have the opinion that our TOT is filling in the gaps of the other taxes that we're not getting. So it's kind of a wash there. Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, I wanted to, the downside of speaking first is I don't get to hear all of my colleagues speak. I wanted to kind of tag in. I agree the 25 or 30. I don't know where that's at. I would say with the upcoming TOT, we have looked at projections of what that's going to do, and I think we've made financial decisions based on that. So in my mind, I hope it'll come in higher than that, but we've already committed that revenue, even though it doesn't exist yet. Yeah. We're assuming that it's coming, and we've made those investments. I'd like to see it, but it could end up being 22, as Joy Campbell mentioned, or that, or 50. That's what the info I'd love to come back with and see the total cost. So
did you have any additional comments?
Nope, I got it on the first try.
You're good. All right, so this satisfies your needs to move it forward. All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. Learned a lot.
Okay.
All right, so what do we have left? We do have reports. I'm of the opinion we're meeting next week. We can do reports next week if that's the will of the board, and we can skip that for unless there's some major thing that somebody would like to mention. Go ahead, Supervisor
I
Campbell.
did have one report, and it was it's a report that is reflective of everything that the board has experienced over the past weekend with the storms and the power outages that plagued the county. We did have PG&E come, and we heard a lot from them and a lot of, I guess, promises made and this type of thing. I would be looking to see that that those things, that those commitments that were made for Groveland, that we see if one, those commitments have been followed through on. So I'm just kind of curious. Now it hasn't been very long yet, but just curious how that's working out, and what are we going to do about our infrastructure? Because it seems like every time we get a storm, every time there's a high wind event, every time somebody gets drunk and crashes into a power pole, it knocks out power to thousands of customers. And I know, particularly, I talk a lot about Cedar Ridge and I talk a lot about Crystal Falls, but it's because I'm hearing from it. I'm hearing, hey, power's been shut off. There have been something like a dozen events this year between those two communities, just those two communities in my district. And it's frustrating. I understand that we live in a rural community and you accept a certain level of, power is going to go out sometimes, but this has been really difficult. So I'd like to know from PG&E, and maybe we can discuss how to get that information, but I'd like to know really what happened over this past weekend and what are we going to do about it in the future? Is it infrastructure? Is it process? What? So, anyway, I've been hearing the same things that I'm sure all of you are. So I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but happy to continue that discussion as we go through.
Thank you. CAO Riggs, anything to report? How about Chris Schmidt? Anything from County Council? And Heather, anything from your world? All right. And we're good, right? Okay. So what I'd like to do next then is have Heather read our closed session. Go ahead.
Closed session, public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, title County Administrator.
And I will call for public comment on this now, if there's any.
I don't know what all this entails, so I can just only talk about kind of what I see as a perception and a tone with some relationships, like with departments, head of departments. I see some relationships that seem really close and maybe a little too chummy, and other ones seem a bit toxic. And that's very concerning to me sitting in the audience. But there's a whole tone in this room. There's a tone from the five of you that is embarrassing to me sometimes. And I would like to see more, like a lot less gossip, a lot less innuendo, a lot more equitable and fairness across the board to everyone. I don't want to hear about deteriorating relationships with the Visitors Bureau or the tribes or the district attorney or the library. And that concerns me a lot.
Thank you. And Mr. Schmidt, I wanted to confirm with you that we don't expect to report out on this closed session item. Okay, so we will conclude our meeting then at this point and reconvene with our closed session. Thank you very much.